Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, October the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you. All right, guys. Now, by the way, anybody in the test drive, it is now actually live. The test drive is live right now. I just got the word that they turned the switch on. So if you're part of the test drive right now, you don't have to wait till the end of the day. You can actually have a sort of a bonus day. So hopefully you got some kind of an email. So what is happening today? So just a bit of housekeeping. GEHI is not up 2,200%. Okay, it's another one of those reverse splits. Our provider has not accounted for the reverse split. It was a 1 for 20 reverse split. So GEHI is not up 2,200%. Not unlike Tattoo yesterday, TTOO yesterday, and they did a reverse split. And again, our provider did not catch it. However, this morning they announced a little press release, and that popped the stock up to 341. And yeah, multiple new studies demonstrating, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, that's so that's what a lot of these guys will try to do. They'll do a reverse split and then try to put out any sort of a press release relatively soon after, just to kind of pop the stock a bit. IMRA is up on merger news. Announced a merger agreement to combine the two companies in an all-stock transaction with Enliven Therapeutics. So that is the reason why IMRA is up right now. And Beyond Meat, BYND, weakening today. That CEO who bit the guy's nose. Actually, it's coming back though. Anyway, the CEO who bit the guy's nose a while back, he is leaving the company. Allegedly, sorry, don't want to spread false rumors. Allegedly biting a guy's nose. Man. So I guess that caused that little blip down, but it's fast recovering, actually. BYND recovering. You guys are talking about Plug. Okay, so this is not an official press release or earnings release, November 9th, but I guess they're pre-releasing, sort of putting their expectations update, reflecting potential timing, supply chain impact, etc. So they're kind of, excuse me, they're kind of warning the market that earnings probably not going to be great when they come out on November 9th. And that is for Plug. My guess is that Fuel Cell and Ballard are probably doing about the same thing. Lay's, LASE is up. The company saying announces explosive growth in sales leads since their IPO. So that is LASE. And the long-awaited, I guess it's official now. Kroger is buying Albertsons ACI. So Kroger's down just a little bit. ACI is not up, but it had to move yesterday. So it's actually down right now. So I guess that's been in the news for a long time in terms of that rumor. CTM. Let's see if anything's happening with this one. CTM. Yeah, I don't. Was this an uplisting? Somebody said, was this an uplisting? I don't see any news on this one. No, that wasn't the uplisting. The uplisting was something else, I think. Anyway, it looks like it started trading at CTM yesterday. A lot of volume right now. Big float. Is that, boy, that float's right. 479 million. And ATXI, as Kaiman pointed out, micro float, 755,000 in the float. So it's breaking out a little bit here, but a little bit, 38%. So it's breaking out. Next high looking left is, wow, way up here at 835 or so. It's got that 200-day moving average. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news. I'm just scanning my headlines. Lots and lots of volume. Just going to do a quick check on the flow checker and just see what they've got. Yeah, that looks about right, guys. That float looks about right. I'm looking at a few other sources, and that's about the right figure, 755,000. So, so that was CTM. Okay, thank you, John. Well, now the market's in for a little bit of a pop again. Not again. I shouldn't say a pop again. If you didn't trade yesterday, you missed one of the wildest days. Well, one of the wildest days in history. I think it was down 2% and up 2%. I don't think that's happened. I think maybe a couple times before, maybe in 2008. That's what they were saying. At any rate, the market was down at one point. The Dow was down at 1.500, and it closed up 800. I think there was about a 1,400 point swing. Anyway, but right now, wow, the market is actually robustly higher right now. Look at this nice green candle. I was wondering if we were going to see a big sell-off today. We still might, but right now, as we speak, the market is looking nice and positive. Is the bloom finally off IMAX? Hard to know. IMUX just a little bit weak this morning. It's been a real excellent trader for the last little while. Don't see any specific news on it. And Dice is still looking interesting. There's that high of 2 days ago, 43.37. And I kept that AVCT in the simulator also. Okay, guys. I kept it in the simulator. That turned out to be actually a pretty nice little trade. If anybody took it with me yesterday, AVCT was in this one fairly late in the day at 162. A VCT. It had a nice little run up to the end of the day, right up to $1.90. So that was an excellent little play, right on that 162 break. Took a while before it really started to run, but right at the end of the day, got right up to about $1.90. So what I did was I kept it in the simulator just for fun to see what would happen. All right, it is 9:10. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from our analysts this morning at not at briefing.com, from briefing.com. Oh, hasn't hit my email yet. Okay, give it a moment. All right, guys, ADTX is on the move here. ADTX on the move a little bit. Listening, this is my text to speech. Another low float. trading higher. This is on the 12th. Okay, so this is a COVID play. Actually, don't use it in the pre-market. No reason really. I just have so much going on that I'm still kind of hooked on this. My pre-market actives up and down. Okay, and so I don't actually use it in the pre-market. No reason not to though, if you want to. By the way, guys, what you see here. So I've created a layout. This is for the test drive. So what you see here, you can have as a layout if you want. And I've also included a couple of other scans, my pre-market scans, and I think I've included Brokerage Plus, or not Brokerage Plus, but the AI. I think I'd have to do a check. And again, the test drive is live right now. So if you're part of the test drive, you don't have to wait till an hour after the market today. The market closes today. You can get live right now. So we had a couple of the banks. JP Morgan released, I think today. JP Morgan released today. A little bit of a pop, not a tremendous reaction. And I think Morgan Stanley also released today. I think they were down a little bit. Yeah, down a little bit. So JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, for the big couple of the big banks this week. Goldman Sachs is next week, I believe. GS, yeah, October 18th. So they are next week. All right, guys, ADTX on the move. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. Not specific today anyway. Some news. They've had some news on the 11th and 12th, and it's a very low float, 2.3 million in the float. All right, here we go. I've got my briefing.com now. Let's see how many upgrades and downgrades there are from our analysts. HRMY. Take a look at that one. Okay, not too many upgrades. Those are the upgrades from, again, from briefing.com this morning. Here are the downgrades. Two more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me just paste them into Test Drive is actually live, your secret nightmare, right now. So if you sign up right now, you'll have action today. Live right now. As we speak, it is live right now. Okay. And if you haven't signed up, so here is the test drive link for anybody who wants to sign up, and you'll have the balance of today, plus of course, until the 31st. Okay, so I just put the test drive link in again, and if you click on it, it's how much it's going to cost. $11.11. It's live right now, right now. So, if the sooner you sign up, it may take a bit after you sign up for them to activate the account, but you'll basically get the balance of today, plus of course, until the 31st. So little bonus day. Okay, so $11.11. I'll have access to our premium service, everything except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. And once it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. We're not going to put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. If you're a standard subscriber, you want to take a look at our premium service for those until the 31st. You can do so also. It will cost $11.11. I say we do this 4 times a year, so great opportunity to try us out. I'm sharing my layout. The layout you see here, I am actually sharing it. I have a link for it if you're interested. Excuse me, jeez. All right, guys, I'm going to disconnect from my simulator. So Zach, you see that? Just a minute, please. Okay, I had a question in our YouTube room. Where can you get my layout? Now, this is what you're going to see. And I think also you're going to see the pre-market scan, these two, the pre-market actives up and down. And I believe, if I can remember last night, I think I also added um, strategy trades all, okay? And that's the AI. So you might see a little pop-up, not a pop-up, but it might be covering. It might kind of look like this, okay? And then all you have to do is just, excuse me, minimize it, because, I mean, you can run this all day if you want, but I would just minimize this. And if you're using the web-based version, this is not going to appear. Brokers Plus is not going to appear. So I'm not sure what would happen if you loaded the web-based version. This is all geared towards the downloadable app, okay? Well, and Plus, yeah, I mean, the races are not available yet in the app or on the web-based version. I'm hoping that today, I'm hoping that today, the latest beta will have that, but no guarantee. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. So if I click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar, and then click on show more. And I'm anticipating every sector is going to be positive. Click on sector status. With the market having a nice open so far, except for energy. Okay, interesting. So oil prices must be down a little bit. So what you're seeing here, these are the major Sorry, guys, I got a bit of congestion going here. So just give me a moment. Okay, so these are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you saw, well, just 2 seconds ago, it was a 100%. When you see 95% in red, that means every single energy stock that make up XLE, well, 95% of them are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. That's what that number means. Compare that to technology, XLK, the technology sector. These are the stocks that make up XLK. 95% up, no, excuse me, 95% of them are above yesterday's close. So there, virtually every sector is positive except for energy. Now, just like yesterday, and yesterday was the most startling day, of course, when we had a massive rally. Once then, we had that big move down on the CPI numbers at 8:30 Eastern before the market opened. Then we had an incredible rally all day. And so when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened yesterday, every single sector was, bright red. And of course, then we had a rally, and every sector, of course, was positive from the open. So we'll take a look at this. So in other words, I guess what I'm really trying to say is that energy stocks may rally from the open. We'll have to see. I'll check this about. Hopefully, I can remember. Check it around 10 o'clock, 10:15, and we'll look at it as a change from the open, the sectors. Okay. So the sectors. The question was, where do I see the sectors? If you click on our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then Docked Channel Bar. So from our toolbar, click on Docked, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. And then you have to click on, you should see something like this. And at the bottom, towards the bottom, it says Show More, and click on Show More. And then where it says Sector Status. Okay. And then you click on that, and that's where you'll see the major sectors. Now, again, if you're taking this test drive, before you do anything, you've got to do that getting started. Okay. Save yourself some grief, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. At least do if you go to my homepage, and again, the test drive is now live. Okay, the test drive is live, 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 live. So again, if you click on my homepage link, and please do the let's get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. 10 short videos, but it goes over, the download and installation of the program, your first startup and login, all about the toolbar, right click magic as we call it, okay? So please do that. And then in the guide section, again, I would really, really recommend you at least know how to, or what an alert window is, what a top list is, and what stock racing is all about. Well, a test drive, it's just to give you some exposure to the program, to test it out, see what you think. What is the test drive supposed to be for? That's what it's for. We don't have free trials, so this is about as close as you're going to get for $11.11 until October 31st. Okay. And just to manage everybody's expectations at the end of the test drive, you will not be an expert in trade ideas. Okay, so it's going to give you an idea about what trade ideas is all about. You can come into the room every day, of course. Now this room is like this all the time. It's not set up specifically for the test drive. This is like this, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. We've also got tons of other support. All right, BMRA. Somebody, thank you, Mike, in our YouTube room. BMRA has earnings next week. BioAmerica, what's the float like? Yeah, another low float. So this is taking off. Any specific reason? Walmart. Okay. So Walmart to expand sales of BioAmerica's Aware Breast Self-Exam. Going to be available in over 2,400 Walmart stores. So that is the news for BMRA this morning. Great pop for it. So they were selling online, but now that's going to be actually in 50% of their retail store locations. So I guess the online sales were pretty good. So Walmart has decided to add them in their retail, 50% anyway, of their retail stores or locations. Test drive code is the sign up, you mean? This is the sign up for the test drive? You're asking for a promo. I mean, I guess there might be something that says promo, but just disregard it, okay? I mean, it's $11.11. Okay, so there it is. So that's the link. Ah, cool, Denver. That poor bruised and battered Stanley Cup. The stories it could tell. Okay, market is minor little sell-off after that nice little pop at 8:45. All right, market is going to open in 1 minute. I beat you to it there, William. So let's have a great end to this trading day, everybody. And for those of you, again, part of the test drive, you are now live, okay? This is actually a bonus day. And these two races will start at market open at 9:30. Mr. PJ, good morning. Okay, that's probably a remark we don't want to see there, PJ, right? All right, guys, we are now open. Okay, but you know what I mean, PJ. You know what I mean. All right, guys, we're now open. So let's see. What are the early movers? Market is actually selling off a little bit here. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's take a look at ATXI from Shady. ATXI. Well, ton of room. Yeah, I mean, this is the attraction, of course, with this one. Now, you got to be awfully careful. Not just you, Shady. I know that, but if you're new to trading, I mean, this is such an insanely low float. 755,000, and I've verified some other sites, and it appears to be that is the case. And the attraction of this one, of course, is when you look left, you've got a ton of room. The next high looking left is 840. You have the 200-day. That's far enough away at 645. So that's the attraction to this one, is that there's just an absolute ton of room on it. All right, I didn't mention Newtonix, guys. NTNX is, I guess they've had somebody's sniffing around at them, maybe to take them over. Take over price likely 27 to 30. Okay. IBM, Cisco, and HPE could all bid for Newtonix. No, PJ. No. I've got a thicker skin than that. Don't worry about that. All right, guys. So let's take a look at some of the early movers here. There's that ATXI. Just be careful. Again, 750,000 in the float is ridiculously low. It is 320 right now, 320 relative volume. So 320 times normal up to this time of day. You'll see a lot of that too. You'll see some crazy relative volume numbers right at the open. You know, some stocks that don't trade very much at the open, all of a sudden they explode at the open. You'll get some very high numbers. That number, well, just as we were speaking, 27 went down to 273. That will drift down. I mean, I follow it, JK, just as, you know, an observer, excuse me, of what happens in the world. But yes, I wouldn't say that I follow it intensely, not like yourself who lives in the country, but all right, guys, Figs just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is almost a lifetime low. FIGS, almost a lifetime low. It just showed up again on my 10-day daily breakdown. So we have our first winner, ATXI. Mosaic, I'm seeing, is weakening. MOS is weakening somewhat. MOS. Well, sometimes, Mo Wild, the question about the float for ATXI, that float information gets updated twice a month. That's not just from ourselves, but that's just the way it is. So what are we now, the 14th? So it's possible that it'll get updated by Monday, if that is correct, what you're saying. Okay, guys, remember this one from yesterday, NUTX. Okay, now it had the big pop up to 114. It came all the way from over 55 cents. It is trying to get over $1 again. I'd be careful on it. The only issue, 308 million in the float. It's a huge float. but that didn't seem to matter. It had a huge, huge run. Bigs downgraded at Barclays on acquisition cost increases. Okay, so this is an all-time low right now for FIGS, FIGS. And we have, well, okay, we have a halt now for GEHI. We have a halt. So again, guys, this is not up 2,400%. This is a reverse split, a 1 for 20 reverse split. It just hasn't, our provider has not accounted for that yet. So that float actually will be even lower. Okay, you divide that by 20, at 8 million. ACI actually sinking a little bit here on the acquisition. Kroger acquiring them, KR acquiring them. So had to run, I guess, ahead of the rumor yesterday. I guess the rumor was, I mean, it's been a rumor for a while about Kroger and ACI. So I guess it was consummated last night or after hours right here, I guess. Okay, guys, the ATXI is still pretty strong. It's still kind of early, but a ton of room, of course, for this one to rip if it wants to keep moving. I don't see any specific news on it. It's possible it's just a meme stock today or Reddit. All right, after that 2-bar pullback for the SPY, first 15-minute candle is trying to get green here. So the market's up, Dow's up big, Nas is up, SPY's up. Can we have 2 positive days in a row? Wow, no kidding, is it up? So this is on the rumor. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakout right here at 25. Just too early for me to take it. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. We have a resumption for ILAG. I'm not getting any data for it for some reason. ILAG, I'm not getting any data. Let me just do a resumption here. Help. Sorry, account. Reset my account. There we go. So ILAG got halted and it I guess it got halted on the way down, and it is now open. Yeah, MMAT is above $1 again. We'll see. I mean, I really think it has to take out $1.22 again. That was the next high looking left. That's what kind of got it rolling yesterday. It just didn't maintain at all. Seed stock, AGFY. Haven't seen, well, actually, it's had quite the run, hasn't it, for the last few days? 40 cents up to $1.15, maintaining over $1 again. AGFY. Haven't seen this one for a while. Main reason I don't see stocks under $1. So until they hit my scanner, they don't hit my scanner unless it's over $1. But not just me. I mean, obviously, you want to set up scans for stocks under $1. You can do so. Novavax, look at NVAX. Boy, this is such an active trader in the last little while. NVAX. Aha, Revlon guys, keep an eye on Revlon. REV had a super active day yesterday. Got up to 567, from 387 up to 567. Closed just under 5. Had a very active day yesterday. Meme stock. RETA guy, wow, okay, look at this one. RETA through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is 3027, so it's above that. Next high looking left is way up here at 3692. Keep an eye on RETA. RETA, look at this ramp right here. Not an earnings play. Want to see if there's any specific reason. Okay, so so yesterday after the market closed, the FDA said they're not going to hold an advisory committee meeting for it. Okay, so I guess that's good news. And then also Citi with coverage by target or a target 51, upping it from 48. So there's some news for RETA guys. You know, I wouldn't chase it now, of course, but any sort of a little pullback here. Okay, guys, whoops, the market, so that was a green bar at one point. That first 15-minute was a green bar, but we're getting a bit of a sell-off now. I mean, I have my doubts we're going to have 2 positive days in a row, but we'll see. Look at the room, though. This is the big attraction. What's this? 28 million in the float. So our ETA, it is a low float situation also. 28 million for a $30 stock, very low. Just keep watching this. I mean, you know, if this little bit of a pullback now, if it takes out that high of 30.59, that's I think it touched that twice, 30.60 and 30.58. So it takes out that high later on. This could get it rocking again. and that is the RETA. And again, the major attraction is that high looking left is way up here at around $37. So however, we've got a bit of a sell-off happening in the market right now, so there is that. Take a look at some of these larger cap stocks. Shopify. So what is the next high looking left? 27.28. After that, it would be 29. So it's got a little bit of room, but I think it's pretty dependent on the market. A lot of these larger ones, of course, are going to be way more dependent on the market than these smaller ones, these ones that can give you the big gains. Now the ATXI is still hanging in there near the highs of the day. ATXI hanging in. I guess not quite near the highs of the day. 385 is the high, but kind of hanging in. The big, again, a couple of the attractions, of course, with this one is it's broken out on that daily chart right there. And then when you look left, we've got all sorts of, when the next high is 849. The 200-day is far enough away, 649. So there is room for it to move if it wants to. But it's an insanely low float. So you take this one, you've got to be very, very careful. New here, wondering what the shaded bar to the right of the most current candle on the 15. Are you talking about like that green shade? This is a question in our YouTube room. You're talking about the green shaded, like that kind of a cylinder? It's green and then red. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so every time you click on an alert, first of all, if you have any chart up and running and you don't see this, if you right click on a chart and you click on properties, okay, at the very bottom, it says show smart risk levels, okay? Show smart risk levels. So what this is it's just a guide, all right? So if I click on any alert, if I click on an alert, I don't see it there. Okay, let me click on ADTX. Okay, so what the suggestion, this is just a suggestion. If you took this trade right now at 315, they're suggesting that the stop would be right down here at 283. Okay, right down here. And that's risking $100. This is sort of the default, risking $100 a trade. So if you took the trade at 312 and you allowed yourself to get stopped out at 283, your risk would be $100. This is just a guide. The target, I don't really pay that much attention to it. If you're going to pay attention to anything, maybe the stop. Again, when I say maybe the stop, if you're going to pay attention, if you're going to use this at all, then I would certainly pay attention to the stop. The target is just double the difference between wherever you get in. So let's make the math simple. That's 283. Say that's 20 cents away. So 40 cents on top of the current price would be the target. just double the difference between your entry and what the stop is. Okay. Any chance? Yes. Any chance in the future that alerts will be sent text message? Any chance? Yes. I can't tell you when though. I know in theory you can do it now, but I think it's pretty delayed. My charts are not loading. I've restarted, reconnected my start, but any symbol I click on will not load the chart. Okay. Um, but you've reloaded. So again, if you click on account and reset connection, first of all, do you have a green ball in your toolbar? So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Lester. Do you have a green ball in your toolbar that basically says that you are connected? Okay. Are you getting any other alerts? Sometimes what happens is, did you just sign up? Because sometimes what happens is people forget or don't understand about signing the exchange agreement. The exchange agreements have to be signed even if you're on this test drive, because the exchanges have to know whether or not you're professional or not. Excuse me. We have to do it. We don't want to do it, but we're forced to do it. It's like an audit. It's the only. So when you say you're getting a SPY chart, is your SPY chart moving? Oh, you've had the program for 2 months. Ah, okay. Well, then I thought you were just part of this test drive. I don't know how I can help you. If you have a green ball and your charts aren't loading, I mean, every now and then that can happen, but normally all I have to do is just go to my account and reset the connection. Yeah, there's BRLT. And if that's not working for you, I don't know how I can help you. If you have reloaded a couple of times, the only thing I can suggest is that I can give you our home page and start a live discussion. You can give them your email and they can take a look at your account. But are you getting other alerts? Are your alerts populating, or if you have races, is everything else working other than charts? So yeah, Harry in the main room is saying he had the same problem, but had to wait for it. Eventually came back. Sometimes you see we've got different servers, of course, and sometimes some server goes a little haywire for whatever reason. Everything else is working but the charts. Okay. Well, keep doing a reset. Keep trying that reset before you go to account. Keep clicking on that reset. Maybe load another chart just for fun, just to see, like another chart. Go to new and chart window and see if maybe your charts are corrupted for some reason. Hey guys, the ATXI is continuing now, almost at the high of the day. I think 380 was the high, I believe, 386 or so. Nice early call from Shady. Yeah, so some people, Lester, are saying that they had some chart issues earlier, but working again. So maybe it's just it's the server that you are on. Mine are fine. Believe me, I'd be all over our development guys if mine weren't working. So keep an eye on this RETA, guys. RETA. Keep an eye on the RETA. I have put a price alert at 3065. Those are essentially the two highs right there on those candles. They had some news. through the 200-day moving average. And again, the attraction is that it's got a ton of room looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to 37, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance getting in the way of something moving higher. So here's one on the way down. TVTX, guys. TVTX. This is showing on my 10-day daily breakdown. TVTX. Probably a lot of charts look like this with a nice big green candle yesterday after several days down. So if you're talking about the shaded area, legal? That shaded area, the green and the red, is that what you're talking about? If that's what you're talking about, okay, yeah. So all I have to do is right click on the chart, okay, and go to properties, and at the very bottom, it says show smart risk levels. If you uncheck it, it'll disappear. Okay. So right click on the chart, properties, and then uncheck the show smart risk levels. All right, guys, ATXI challenging that 4 level. DVTX, guys, on the way down here. I wish this were an all-time low. Not quite. It's in the with 41%. So it's 41% of the range of the high, lifetime low. So it's sort of kind of in the middle. There are ATX, guys. ATXI through 4 briefly. Well, Zach, this is one of those reverse splits that went crazy today. GEHI. TVTX, guys, TVTX now at 21. Look at this market. Ooh, look at a big sell-off now. I didn't think it could last. We'll see. And when I talk about not lasting, till we get 2 positive days in a row. All right, let me take a look at some of these races now. So the next low looking left for TVTX is, if I have to expand this chart out a little bit more, 2088. Where's that low right there? It's 2131, so it's below that low. It looks like 2080 is the next low looking left. Looks like 2080 is the next low looking left for TVTX, guys. 2080. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but super weak. Okay, market is definitely a big sell-off mode right now. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the start of this 15-minute candle. So we've had an hour down. So if you took this TVTX, and just be aware the next low is around 20. Okay, let's see. I don't think that Rita is coming back anytime soon, guys. Let me just take a look at Rita. It may have had a chance, but you know what? Just keep an eye on it. I mean, there's no harm in putting a price alert around 3060 for Rita, RETA, and seeing if it takes it out later on. Okay. I don't think it's so market dependent. You know, it's kind of trading on its own to a certain extent, but okay, BRLT is actually kind of holding a little bit here. BRLT. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Well, I guess I recognize the name. Brilliant Earth Group. 10.5 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. The 200-day moving average, that's far enough away. It's about 8, so it's, you know, a dollar, almost a dollar away. The main issue probably though is when you look left, you kind of see a little bit of stuff that it's got to get through. When you look left on a daily chart, 715, 734. You know, I wish this weren't here. I wish there were more of a straight shot to that 200-day, but no, it's just, I don't think it's, I agree. I don't think it's done. It's just that you just got to be really, really, really careful. So again, you know, if you've taken this stock, do not wander away from your computer, okay? That's a very, very low float. 750,000 in the float as well. That's what we have anyway. And I've checked other sites and that's what they still have. Okay, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on some of the races right now, or some of the stocks that won early races to see if here's that Nutanix, NTNX. How did MMAT, dude, did it maintain over $1? The answer is no. Yeah, I'd forget about this one. Pixie, haven't seen Shift Pixie for a while. Pixie, got halted, I see. Okay. I think this had a reverse split. Absolutely had a reverse split at some point. Maybe several. 500,000 in the float. Another crazy, crazy low floater. Got halted at 1493. I think I might have had the reverse split back here, back in August, maybe September 1 or so, sometime around then. And no news. I can't see any news. No reason for this to be popping other than maybe some Reddit group has got a hold of it right now. They love the low floaters. Was that around September 1, John? September 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. I think it was in early September, right? For the Pixie reverse split. Wow, look at this. This is GEHI. This is one, I mean, it's almost untradeable. 23.87, 24.90, so it's got a dollar spread. Okay, so LASE could not hold 5. Some news yesterday with Coca-Cola, and then they pumped out some news this morning about how the future looks rosy. All sorts of sizable growth in sales leads. Sales leads, okay, not sales, but sales leads. Now, see, there is one AI alert that's working not badly. This short, I can't short. Oh, I can now. Oh, I'm sorry, I always could. This is the BULZ, BULZ. I think, memory serves me, take a look at XLE. Yeah, so energy stocks seem to be drifting down. So when energy stocks are moving down, you can buy this one, sort of like it's an inverse to oil prices. All right, this has another 5 minutes for this candle to close. A little bit of a bottoming tail, a little bit. Let's see if the buyers step in a little bit more, a little more strongly. TVTX, guys, another new low, TVTX. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are talking about the ATXI. I agree on a 4 break. Getting a little bit of enthusiasm for the for people wanting. I mean, look at that float, and look how many shares is traded already. 31 million. Turned the float over multiple times. TVTX, guys. TVTX. Look at SunPower. SunPower, SPWR on the way down also. Well, like a lot of stocks, giant red candle now, guys. Giant red candle. So everything is negative. Dow's negative, Nas is negative. So now, if I do a change from the open on the sectors, we're going to see a huge difference. Let's just do that. Remember, everything was, except for oil, except for the energy stocks, everything was super positive. So energy stocks are still negative, but look what's happened. So you're unfamiliar with what you're looking at right here. Now we're looking at the change from the open. Now, again, if you were here 10 minutes before the market opened, I was displaying this, and and we were looking at the change from yesterday's close, okay? All the energy stocks were down. They're still down. But remember, I think virtually every tech stock was up from yesterday's close. Look at what's happened. Since the market opened, almost 100% of the tech stocks are down. That make up XLK. Communications, 100% down. That make up XLC, etc. No positive sector right now in terms of change from the open. Okay. And oil has not rallied, obviously. So oil is, or the energy stocks are still weak. They were down from yesterday's close, and they're all down from all. When I say all, the ones that make up XLE are down from the opening trade, the open. And that's why BULZ is working really well on a short from the AI, because all the energy stocks are moving lower. So this is if you can't short but you want to buy, I'm sorry, that's not right. You have to short this one from the AI. That is the one you could buy. You want to short oil, you could buy. I mean, there are many, but this is the reverse of BULZ. Oh, TVTX, guys. I mean, there was the alert. I did not take it right there. Okay, but I love my 10-day daily breakdown, especially if you're going to get market that's doing something like this. I did not take figs. A little bit too cheap. If it had been an all-time low, in fact, it almost was, wasn't it? Yeah, it was almost an all-time low, but I don't know. I didn't. Some of the cheap ones I just don't like to do on that basis. So, okay, guys, keep an eye now on the SPY. Little bit of a bottoming tail on that previous 15-minute candle. One on this current 15-minute candle. Have we put in a bit of a bottom? I'm not asking. This is just rhetorical. Yeah, so hopefully, again, you can't wander away from this ATXI. It may be, I mean, that's a pretty big pullback right now, okay? That is a big pullback. And again, typically these sort of stocks don't care what the market's doing within reason. Yeah, it doesn't look like this Rita is going to, not today anyway. I think this is the type of stock that, even though it has news on its own, it probably needs some market help. That's the RETA. Yeah, it's one of the four thumbnail charts I do have is the IMRA, and again, that news, a merger plan, okay, with, who is it? Merger agreement to combine the two companies, Enliven. I don't know if this is a public company, Enliven. Let's just do a quick look. Yeah, I don't think this is a public company, so they're going to be merging with a private company, and there'll be a new symbol when that happens, if it happens. All right, guys. So wait a minute. One question coming in here. Yeah. So the question is how to add a price alert. You're talking about on a chart, Ricky? Oh, well, from a list. I don't know then what you mean. Well, you have to, but okay, if you're talking about the price alerts, they have to be, you do it on the chart. So when you click on an alert, so like I click on Pixie, okay, right now. And so I see the chart. And now if I want to put a price alert at the high here, 1644, that high, or the low down here, is that what you mean? So you always have to, when you say from a top list or an alert window, you can't put the price alert within the top list or the alert window. You have to click on, I mean, typically that's what you'd want to do. You get an alert and you want to click on it to see what's happening on the chart. Okay, so yeah, I mean that would be the principle of it. Because how do you know just because you see, a price up here, say for Nutanix, even if you could somehow put a price alert right here, but to me, it's always more prudent to take a look at the chart to see what's happening and where you might want to put a price alert, right? Make sense? I just think it's an important step though, because how would you know where to put a price alert for just because you see a price here, how would you know where to put a price alert? All right, well, so much for the little bottoming tail, guys, on that. That didn't help. So the market is still continuing down here. However, BRLT doesn't care so far. I know, Ija, come on, crow now. All right, guys, so it is now 10:21. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. I share my screen, I'm live on the mic, and my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So this room is set up like this. This is not anything special for the test drive. This is the way it's been since October of 2015. Okay, a free room. And I am going to put the test drive link in, the test drive. If you signed up earlier this week or last week, the test drive is actually active right now. Okay, so you have access to live data right now. If you want to sign up for the test drive, you just have to click on that test drive link that I put in, and you can try. So what is the test drive? So from now until the 31st, you'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. No auto trading, okay? But you'll have access. Basically, the big deal about the premium service is having access to the AI. Now, there's obviously one excellent alert here, 252 to short, 235 now. So for $11.11, that's what it'll cost you. And we only do this 4 times a year. If you were a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade for those until the 31st to our premium service, you can do so also. And again, we only do this 4 times a year. When the test drive is over, it's over, okay? And why I say that is that you don't have to contact our support people and say, okay, unsubscribe me, please unsubscribe me when it's over. There's nothing for you to do. When it's over, it's over. You're automatically, well, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. I just want to really emphasize that. That's another question we get. What happens when it's over? You put me into a subscription? No, no, no. Okay. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. And in order to manage your expectations, though, you're not going to be an expert in trade ideas. By taking this 2-week test drive, it gives you an idea. The room is like this, though. You can always keep coming back to the room. It's a free room. We have all sorts of other support. Between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And in our YouTube room, one of the other traders takes over. They have a different take on things. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Also, between 3:30 and 4:30 every single day. Well, not every single day, Monday to Friday. Chris Varley is in our YouTube room. You can ask him questions. And Chris is volunteered to set up a special session for not just for test drivers, but in essence, if you're looking for more information about trade ideas later on this evening. And also, I think he's setting something on the weekend. Okay. Next is my home page. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, I mean, obviously, if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do so. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You must do this. If you're taking the test drive, this is the first thing you should do. Save yourself a lot of grief. Okay, take a look at the Let's Get Started. Or if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, it goes over the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes. They're 10 short videos, okay? Please do that. It is a software program. There is a learning curve. More information on my homepage. I do a daily stock of the day video at noon Eastern. It's all free, of course. You can sign up for there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and that is free also. The education section on my homepage, we have a great user guide. You click on the user guide, is what you'll see. There's that getting started. So at the very least, you should know what an A window is, which is an alert window, what a T window is, which is a top list window, and about the stock racing. I'm going to go over the stock racing in more detail. But the bottom line is this, though. I can cover a lot of this. I'm not, my job here is not to teach people, know everything about trade ideas. That's why the guide is here. I'll go over some of the things, but you have this great reference. I don't get hung up on how much information is here. As I say, just understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. You can look at price alerts and sound alerts, all the other things later on, but these are the key components of trade ideas. Here's that getting started series again. So daily support, as I said, I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, being Friday, today is Andy's turn. Andy at Trade Ideas will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there if you'd like to. And there's Chris again, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. No webinars now for 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all right here. You'll get notified when they start again. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is another free resource. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Short videos, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, trends, etc. It's a free resource. Take advantage of it. My scans. So I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click here are the scans that I'm sharing. So the race mode, biggest gainers from the open, and the large cap gainers from the open. This is what you see, these two right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts as up and down. I do have some other scans here. I mentioned that 10-day daily breakdown that is really good on days like today. Okay, but this is what I really concentrate on, the races. Now, I also did create, I don't have the link here. If you're interested, I did create a link for this layout that you see here. So if you're interested in it, I can give it to you. So save my link. And if you decide at some point you do want to take out a subscription, if you use my link to take out the subscription, it helps the room, it keeps the room free. And yes, I do get a little cut out of it. Okay, so if you save my link, then you can obviously take out a subscription from that link, but also you can have access to that education very quickly and any of the scans. Now, I do update sometimes. Sometimes I take some scans out, put new ones in. You can take a look at them. So again, saving my link allows you to look at that anytime you want. Okay, now I do want to talk about the races and what you're seeing here and why I think it's really important. And especially if you're new to trading, you're new to trade ideas, new to trading, etc. So this race, this biggest gainers from the open, these are very similar. I'll explain what the differences are, but what this is looking at, every race starts from what we call a top list. In this top list window, this is all it's looking at. Stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum volume, and up 2% from the close. This is what this race is looking at. Of course, you can create your own. All right. If you didn't like this price range, or you wanted a different volume, if you wanted some other filters in here, of course you can do that. But I'm just trying to show you what I'm looking at here. So before we had the race concept, what a top list was used for was to rank stocks. Every single column header that you see here, the relative volume, the change from the close percent, the change from the open percent, if you double click rapidly, you can do a sort. Okay, so right now it's telling, now this is not correct because this is a reverse split and our provider has not accounted for it, but let's take a look at ATXI. So 41%, that means that ATXI is up 41% from the close of yesterday. So it's ranking the stocks like that. If I do the change from the open, there's Pixie. It's up 34% from the open. Okay, so that, remember, now the opening, from its opening trade of the day, is up 34% from that, and all the way down. Great. How do we use this to our advantage to somehow trade? And that's where the races come in. So I run 4-minute races. Okay, no magic to it. I know Chris Farley, who runs 3-minute races. That'll be up to you. When I show you how you can, of course, adjust things. I chose 4 minutes a few months ago, and I've just sort of stuck with it. So what does it mean by choosing 4 minutes? It means the race will, right now there's another minute and 51 seconds left in this 4-minute race. And so when that race is over, a new one will begin. That 3.73% you see for Pixie, since the race began 2.5 minutes ago, Pixie is up 3.7%. That's what that means. As a stock starts moving higher, on a percentage basis from when the race started, you'll see it move up the leaderboard. Okay, and it'll be jockeying for position, of course, because the race, until the race is over, there will be no winner that has been declared. So for instance, though, look at AVEO down here at 4% from the open. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, that turned into 10% and 15% and 20% from the open? Okay, could never ever see that by trying to look at a huge list of stocks. And that's where the race is. You'll never miss a fast mover in something like this. Never, never, never. Well, I shouldn't say never. 99% of the time, you'll never miss a fast mover, in this particular race, because you'll see it start shooting up. You don't have to wait for it to get to the top of the leaderboard. If you see something, moving, click on it, click on the alert and see what's happening. Okay, check the chart out. This is why, though, you've got to have some chart reading experience. It doesn't mean because a stock is moving up on the leaderboard or in fact even wins a race, does that mean, well, do I take the trade? Not necessarily. Okay, I mean, you have to have some chart reading experience. You don't want to chase something. So in this particular case with the SHPH, you might say to yourself, well, I don't want to chase it, but what if it pulls back to 350? Maybe I want to know about it. Maybe that's where I take the trade, as an example. So I guess the last winner was AGFI, but you can see right here that what happens is that as the day goes on, there is automatically a top 10 list, a watch list that is created for you. Okay, you don't have to do anything. So number one position is this AGFI. Why? It won 5 races. Next is that ATXI, 3 races, etc. Okay, so this automatically creates a watch list for you that you can follow all day long. If you're new to trading, one of the complexities of it, of course, is, well, what am I supposed to look at? And that's why we did create the races. Again, I'm not saying this particular race with my settings is the be all and the end all, but that's what I like to see. Okay. And then again, it just creates a watch list for you that you can concentrate all day long. Never mind everything else that's going on around you. So you look at the BRLT as an example. It won 1 race. You're looking at it right now and think, well, what if it maybe if it meets your kind of a trading plan, if it takes out the high of the day, maybe I want to know about it, or maybe I'd rather know about it if it pulls back to 7. Okay. Ugh, I lag, yes. Oh, but it has been choppy. Look at those bottoming tails. Man, oh man, it's halted again. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one to trade with these bottoming tails. So I am sharing these two races. You know, if you go to my home page, also I'm sharing this entire scan that you see here, or this layout that you see here. And so the difference between these two races, what I did here, this is called large cap gainer. So what I did here, I added a couple of filters and I put has to be at least a $500 million market cap and also at least 50 million shares in the float. Okay, so what you'll see here will not be as dramatic as the ones that you'll see here. Dramatic meaning you'll probably will not see huge potential percentage increases, you know, just because of the, you know, the market cap size and also the float. Now, this may be though, if you're new to trading, this is probably, it's certainly less volatile. And this is something maybe as a new trader, you might want to concentrate on as opposed to these ones that are incredibly volatile. You know, I like both. But typically, you know, there's Delta Airlines. So, you know, it's only up 0.84%, you know, when this race started. But, you know, it's moving. It's starting to move. Which how did Pixie halt? Well, it's unhalted now, right? So the last, it halted at 10:04 plus 55 seconds, and it opened at 10:09 plus 55 seconds. So let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you, again, part of the test drive, this is what I would do. I would click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. And this is what you'll see. I mean, obviously not a great day other than that one, you know, that one particular short for BULZ. Question I get a lot, do I use the AI? I use it just like a watch list, nothing more, nothing less. I have certain, you know, my trading plan. I have to adhere to it. This is something I probably could have taken if I had seen it early enough. You know, I have a certain price range that I like in the AI, but as always, I will never auto trade in my life. Okay, unless something astonishing happens. And so how I like to trade is I will always click on an alert. I'll do a quick look to see what the chart is telling me, a quick look to see what the overall market is doing, you know, because a lot of stocks will follow the market pretty closely. And then I make up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. Okay, so, and that's, you know, so that's exactly the same thing with the AI. You know, I make up my mind, I click on an alert. Do I like what I see? If I like what I see, I'll take the trade. An excellent one a couple of days ago was OMI. You know, that was a short from the AI, and look what happened. I mean, it just, you know, cratered all day long, as an example. But it met my style of trading. Now, if you're starting out, we have a simulator. Okay, and I really can't emphasize more that before you start trading with like real money, you should practice in a simulator. Okay. Now our simulator, it comes from this, excuse me, this module that we call Brokerage Plus. And in order to load it, you click on New, and then the Brokerage Plus window. Okay. Now, unfortunately, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available, and unfortunately, the racing is not available either. Okay, in the web-based version. So this is all geared towards the app. Downloadable application. And I'm going to just quickly put in this Brokerage Plus window or a link. So I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. So there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, excuse me, it shows you how you can connect to this Brokerage Plus window and trade from within Trade Ideas, okay, using this Brokerage Plus window. And the longer video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this, all right? But if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market, and it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that, this option would not be available. That's all. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, but it's a feature. It's there if you want to use it. But how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So what you would see is, wow, look at GTLB. I guess it was too much to ask to get 2 positive days in a row, right, guys? So using it as a simulator. So when you load Brokerage Plus, it should say not connected. If you look at the bid ask, that box right beside the ask, it should say not connected. If you click on sim underneath where it says Brokerage Plus, you have two options. One says live, one says sim. You click on sim, and now it'll change from not connected to account. Click on account and simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. What you're seeing here, I'm going to get out of this right now. What you're seeing here is something that I took yesterday in the simulator, the AVCT. AVCT. I'm going to flatten it now. That gets you out of the trade. Okay, so you can see what happened at one point. When I was in this trade in the simulator, it was up $500. I exited for $199. Simulator is relatively easy to use. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many, if you want to do this manually, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. When you've determined that, you click the buy button and then you send it, okay? Now our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, so wow, look at this eye lag. Next high looking left is way up here at 721, I think. It's incredibly choppy though this morning. I mean, man, it got down to 4, right back up to 623. So our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you want to practice trading, and down the road, I mean, obviously, if you're in the test drive, you can do this as long as you're using our app. You're not on the web-based version, so you can practice trading. And afterwards, if you do take out a subscription, all you need is our standard service, and you can practice trading again using our real-time data. So if you're unsure about who your broker is going to be down the road, but you do want to practice trading, you can do it. Now, we've also set up something very simple for you. If you click on that buy button on a chart, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 11:40, 10:48. Something I got to take care of. So I'll be back, should be no later than 11, okay? Back around 11 o'clock. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. So I was just going to talk about this buy button that you see on the chart, okay? So what we've done is we've set up, I don't want to call it a strategy, but just a quick way in which you can get into a trade by clicking on the buy button. Now, if you're part of the test drive, that buy button should be active. In other words, it should not be grayed out like my sell button is, okay? And if you don't, if it is grayed out, then you have to have, no, again, if you're part of the test drive, you will have a version that will have that clickable. But if you're looking at this and wondering, well, my buy button is grayed out, you have to have a later version of Trade Ideas go to our home page, either download the production. I would download the beta version, okay? And then that buy button will be clickable. So what happens when you click on it? So of course you have to be connected to the simulator. All right. So when I click on the buy button, look at top. Top is another one that just got halted. Oh, we've got some crazy ones. Let me click on, say, IMAB. Okay. So you might look at IMAB and you say, well, I don't mind it, but I'd rather take this on a pullback. Okay. So you click on the buy button, left click on it, and you'll see the crosshairs. And so you can drop it position where you would want to take the trade. I'll put it right at 378, left click to kind of release it. And there it is. So there is a blue line that appears on the chart and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. That's why I'm saying this is not a strategy. It's just a quick way to get into a trade. So if IMAB comes back down to 377, it'll take the trade. So how many shares will it take? What it does is, again, this is all set up for you. It'll take $5,000 worth of stock at the price and puts a stop down here. So of course, once you get used to using trade ideas and you want to use that buy button, of course you can set up your own parameters. I'm not going to go into that now because that's call it advanced. But right now, all we've done is just made it really simple to click on the buy button to get into a trade without your having to understand how to set it up in the first place. And at this point, but one thing you can do is take that stop, that red line, and move it to another area that you think is better if that's what you want to do. Okay, so at this point, if it pulls back, it'll take that trade. Take a look at MEGL. Maybe we want to take the trade right now as an example. Wow, look at MEGL. Just trying to find something that maybe not quite as. Now let's take a look at BRLT. Now, is this shortable? This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The only reason I say that is because it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. You're getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Nice call, Ija. You called that one really early. That's from our YouTube room. Again, you want to take this trade, maybe you want to take it on a pullback. I'll click the buy button. Set it at 734, the low of that 15-minute candle. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything that could be interesting. Oh, there was that SVC, which was crazy yesterday. So let's say you want to take this trade right now. Try to drop it right on the current price, and there it took the trade. So I'm in the trade, okay, in the simulator. SVC, it took 673 shares. Why? Because remember, it's buying $5,000 worth at the price you tell it to. So that's why. So if you take 673 times that 746, you get $5,000. Okay. Now you can manage your trade. These are some hotkeys that you can use. Okay, so if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, so you say you had a series of trades you're in. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight the trade and I click flatten, or I could click half, get out of half, or I could double my position. Now, this is also a way in which you can practice swing trading if that's what you want to do. How? Well, if I take this trade and I don't exit it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. It'll carry forward to the next day. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. You're not designating it as a swing trade to begin with, but assuming you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. I don't know if SPX is, yeah, let me try and put dollar SPX, see if that works. Yeah, so I guess dollar SPX works, okay? Jack. So you can put dollar SPX and that'll do it. Okay. It's up to you. I mean, I like the SPY, but that's okay if you want to do that. Well, when you if you left click on a chart, okay, and that's just telling Trade Ideas what chart you're in. So if you left click on a chart, and this is for everybody. The question was, how do I change a symbol on a chart? So if you left click on the chart, and then if you just start typing. Now in this particular case, because it's sort of a special one, I started typing dollar. You see how the change symbol box shows up, and then SPX, and then I can click on either change or hit return or enter on my keyboard, and it changes it. Okay. If I left click on a chart and I just start typing, I'll type in M for Macy's. That change symbol box should show up. Oh, the pink ticker is at the top. Oh, these guys. Oh, I see. I think they're going to be adding some, but no, you can't. You can't. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the chart itself. I know I've seen a prototype where they're adding some more, but right now you can't do anything. Okay, you can't change it. Okay, guys. So let's take a look now. So how to use this top 10 list? As it gets, as the day progresses, this list can change, of course. You can see right now there was, I mean, the AGFY was the one that won the most races so far. It won 6 races. Then after that, it really starts to tail off. Okay, but this is what I would be doing. I'd be looking at something that won a race early and checking to see what it's doing now. Now, a lot of stock, well, in fact, good, the market's having a little rebound here. You might look at CTM. I'm not saying in this particular case, but you might look at CTM. What if it was just kind of basing just underneath the high of the day? And so you might look at that and go, well, I'll tell you what, if it takes out that high of the day, I want to know about it. I can set a price alert. And when it happens, if it happens, I'll get my price alert window will pop up on my screen, and then I can click on the symbol and see what's happening. And then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Or I could look at this and go, well, you know what? If it takes out this 140 area, I want to take the trade. So you could do this. You could click that buy button and put it right there. I mean, I'm just showing you what you can do. Using the watch list is something that you're watching all day long, okay? Instead of, trying to figure out all sorts of different symbols, having all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows loaded. Creating a watch list is invaluable, especially if you're new. Gets you to focus on just a few stocks for the day. Okay, Jack. Yeah, I hear you. I've always just used the SPY, but that's okay. I understand. I think we are adding some more indices. I think I saw a prototype that was looking to do that, but right now this is all you can do. Look at the market, guys. So the market is actually almost, that was almost neutral. SPY is almost neutral. Wow, my goodness, look at ILAG. Incredible. So this just got halted again. These are massive gaps after these halts. And we have a halts resume scanner, guys, in case you're wondering. One of the scans I am sharing. Okay, so this is a halts resume scanner. So it tells you when the halt was. Now, sometimes when a stock gets halted immediately on the resumption, our software doesn't pick it up. Okay, but it's obviously halted. And typically these are 5-minute halts. A volatility halt is typically a 5-minute halt. And so you can see that's why I've got the time here. So look at top as an example. It got halted at 10 minutes, 48, 10 minutes, sorry, 10 o'clock plus 48 minutes past 10 o'clock plus 56 seconds past 48 minutes. So if you add 5 to that, that's when we get the 10:53:56 from 10:48:56. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If it is not a 5-minute halt, then typically it is a multiple of 5. And this is going to go absolutely banana. So this window that you see here is from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales for Interactive Brokers. If you don't have IB, then your broker should have something similar. You can't see the symbol here, but this is ILAG. And there's the halt at 9:35. Of interest though, this is in theory the potential open at 11. In theory. Okay, this will change, as we get closer to the resumption. But if you were in this one right now, you're probably going yippee because, look, it certainly looks like it's going to open above the halt price. And it's traded the float now. 8 million is traded, 8.7 million in the float, almost traded the float. So you're in that one green. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers for ILAG. So I'm not sure. Center Point probably. I see the fee rate is pretty high. If when I say not shortable, they'd have to do a locate, which I'm not interested in. So there's the SVC guys in the simulator. Took the trade at 750, at 744, at 748, 758 right now. Excuse me. One of the things I like to do is you notice I've got these columns here: max P&L and distance from the exit price. Okay. So why I like this is because this will help you gauge how good are your exits. It's one thing to buy a stock. When are you going to get rid of it? When are you going to get rid of all of it, half of it, a quarter of it, etc. Now, I always obey my stop for sure. But what this is telling me, SVC is telling me, when I see the max P&L column, that means at one point, I was up $111. Okay, this is in the simulator. Obviously, when it was up at the high right there at 761, that was up $111. Right now, I'm up $70. Okay, in the simulator. So what you don't want to see, of course, you don't want to see something that when you're at one point up $500 and then you allow it to drift down to being only up $74, or even worse, negative. Okay, so this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits, keeping an eye on the max P&L and your today P&L. Next, though, is the distance from the exit price. Why this is kind of cool is that this is telling you, okay, when you got out of the trade, where is it in relation to when you got out of the trade? So if you went long something, of course, what you'd love to see is something, a big negative number, the distance from the exit price, because that would mean, yay, I got out of a trade and now it's way below my exit price. So, this gives you a decent way of following how good are your exits. Now, you're never ever going to get out at the absolute top. Okay, don't expect that. So that's why. Yeah. So Jason, well, the strategies, of course, are up to you. Okay, I'm sharing these two, but if you go to the guide, it'll have a great explanation about what the races are all about. And if you go to my home page, you go to my home page and click on that link, my homepage link. This is what you'll see. And then click on the education section. Click on the user guide. And there where it says stock races, lots of information here. A couple of videos, okay, lots of text. Unfortunately, you cannot AM. Yeah, the races and brokerage plus are not available on the web-based version right now. Okay. Now, and as far as strategies to use it, Jason, not really, because understanding what the race is coming from. The race is just coming from a top list window. Okay. So of course you can create your own top list window with your price range, your minimum volume, things like that. In this particular race here, this is the top list window that is derived from. And all it's looking for, if stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and 2% up 2% from the previous close. It's all it's looking for, okay? So if a stock meets all of these parameters and is really moving, we'll see it in this particular race. So, I mean, is this a strategy? Not necessarily a strategy, but these are the parameters of the stocks that I want to see. Yours might be different. You might say, you know what, I want to see stocks between 10 and 100, maybe a half a million. Maybe it has to be 4% from the close. Maybe add some filters in as you get used to using trade ideas. So that's why I'm saying there's no right or wrong way. No right or wrong way to set up the races. Every race, though, if you create your own top list window, then you just right click and then you launch the stock race from the top list window. Now, when people are new, that's why we try to give them, I'm giving them a couple of mine. We also have, if you click on our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, virtually all of these channels, these are all theme-based channels. They all have some races set up. This is the price and volume stock racing. I don't want to confuse the issue, but this is increasing relative volume. So, these are stocks where the relative volume is increasing. Winner since the open, 1 in 100. Who's moving now? Okay. So there's no right or wrong strategy as such. The key, though, is understand how to, what are you going to do when you see something that is moving? So if you click on it, You click on Pixie as an example. Now this is, highly, highly volatile, but you might look at this and go, I like this. It's pulled back. Looks like it's going to start to run. Maybe I take the trade right now. Maybe I take the trade right now. Okay. And that's why we have a simulator. You can practice taking the trade right now. Maybe it's pulled back at 3-bar pullback. It did get as high as 17, almost $18. Maybe it's ready for another run. That's why you've got to practice trading also. Yeah, SJ, I don't know why. I mean, it must be the server you're on. We've had some issues this morning. Well, some people have said the charts were loading slowly or something. I have not had that issue. I've been, I guess, fortunate, whatever server I'm on, just resetting connection. I'm sure you've done that a lot. Don't know. I really can't. Of course, I can't help. And there we go. So now the ILAG is halted again. Now look at it. Okay. So if you were in this, I hope you took some big profits because now look what could happen. Okay, it got halted on the way up again. Now look at well, that's switch. I mean 940, but I mean look how rapidly this is changing. There's the halt for ILAG at 1127. As we speak, but you see how this changes. This is again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is Time and Sales, Interactive Brokers, giving a glimpse into the future of what could happen once this comes out of its halt. At one point it said 940, 940, but look what's happened. It's popped up. But you see how it's changing. 1020, 1020. So a stock that keeps winning races after races in the afternoon, keep following these, okay? Sometimes they're just resting. Sometimes a stock will just kind of like look at the AGFI. I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but stock that keeps winning a race after race, sometimes it just starts to rest for a while. That's why I think the probably as important as watching what's happening is the creation of this watch list for you. Okay, guys, just talking to internally at Trade Ideas. All right, ILAG. Wow, look at that, 33%. I mean, that's why you're not going to see 33% in this window here because these are larger cap stocks. On the other hand, though, You're not going to see stocks that are going to drop probably eventually as much as the I lag once it, I don't know when that's going to happen, but so if you're new to trading, I mean, how can this happen? How can a stock be up 114%? And that's because of the float. 8.7 million in the float. That is what I consider a low float. For me, anything under 20 million is what I call a low float. The float meaning the amount of the available number of shares for trading each day. Typically, you take the number of shares that have been issued, outstanding, and then you start subtracting. And this is more typically for the the larger cap stocks. You start subtracting what the insiders own, mutual funds, etc., own, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. That gets you to the float. For these really small ones, though, it's not so much about mutual funds owning, but that float number, if you have a low float and you have, for whatever reason, high demand. Now, I can't see any specific news on this ILAG. It's probably just some Reddit group has got a hold of it. So you have high demand, low supply. It's like any other commodity on earth. What's going to happen? The price will go up. So that is, just look at that as being the supply of stock, and the volume is the demand. 8.7 million in the float. It's traded. It's already traded the float. It's traded the float. I don't know, 1 1/3 times or so. 11 million. Just divide 8.7 into 11.5. But of course, what can also happen with their low float situation, once the buying enthusiasm dries up, it can sink like a rock. So that's why you've got to be awfully careful. You hear me say it constantly. If you get into one of these low floaters, you can't get into it and then wander away from your computer, even for 10 seconds. So even when you do a reset, SG, a reset, it's not helping. And Zach is saying, I like come on down because, of course, he's at center point and he's got shares to short. So remember, guys, I put that conditional buy order for BRLT up here, or the pullback to it. Okay. And so it pulled back to it, but it broke right down through it. So the way I trade, again, this is in the simulator, there is a stop. Okay. Now, I would never have had my stop way down there. My stop is the absolute worst I want to do on a trade. But I can always get out earlier than my stop. I think JK was short, or somebody was short Dykes from the beginning, and man, yeah, what a nice short. Okay. Well, I can see right there where you might have got a little bit, yeah, right around there when it had that green candle. But look at this. Yeah, I mean, this takes out yesterday's low. I mean, they did the financing, was announced yesterday at 36.50. I mean, reacted extraordinarily well. So the easiest way, Martin, to do it, how to make a conditional order in the simulator, the easiest way to do it is to click on the buy button, okay? And just drop the price, drop it where you want it to take the order. Okay, so if I looked at Lase, Lase, let's say I wanted to take this if it broke over 5, okay? Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Just click the buy button and then you'll get the crosshairs and then just put it wherever you want to take the trade on a conditional basis. So say at that, I've got it at $4.99, $5, and then left click to release it. And now you're in a conditional buy order. Okay, that's above the current price. And of course, if I wanted to do it below the current price, I would just drop that crosshairs below the current price if I wanted to take it on some kind of a pullback. So right now, there is a very quick way to take a, establish a conditional buy order. Well, the stop order is automatically done, okay, with this buy. In this particular go, we created it so it makes it, but at this point, you could always take that stop line, that red stop line, and move it anywhere you want. What it's doing is just putting the stop at the low of the day. Okay, that's all it's doing. So, but you can take now that red line and you just have to, once your pointer changes to that icon, now you can move it anywhere you want. Okay. So again, as I say, this is not a strategy. It's just a quick way to enter into a trade. It'll take $5,000 worth. When you get used to using trade ideas, of course, you can assign it to exactly how you want to trade. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:28. So in about half an hour, I'll take a little break. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So again, guys, the test drive is live right now. Okay, we sort of a bonus day. Now you can still sign up for it. Of course, you can sign up for the test drive all the way to next Monday or next Friday. You won't get the full benefit of it because it still ends on the 31st. You can still sign up for the test drive up until next Friday, a week Friday. And again, if you sign up for the test drive, this is what it's all about. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the program until the 31st, up to and including the 31st, okay? And it'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. No auto trading. Then if you're a standard subscriber, you want to take a look at our premium service, you can do the same thing. It costs you $11.11. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? We don't put you into a subscription. Very important. We do not put you into a subscription. And it's over on the 31st. I say that because some say, well, I can't start it until the 18th. Well, then you won't get the full benefit. You'll get most of it because it is over on the 31st. It's not that you get 2 weeks from whenever you start. Okay? We only do this 4 times a year. So a good opportunity just to check out the program, manage your expectations. You're not going to be a trade ideas expert after 2 weeks. But you should have an idea about what the program can do. And of course, we have this room like this all the time. You can ask me questions, and we have all sorts of other support set up. Oh, okay. There it is, Chandru. There it is. So we click on it and then get the test drive. Okay, and then you'll get the box, and never mind the promo code. I mean, it's $11. Never mind that. Just proceed to checkout. Okay, and that should work. Hey, let me know if that worked. So what is the market doing now? So I had a little bit of a pop up here. Now we're just kind of resting. Yeah, AGFY won 7 races. I mean, a huge move from $1, 50% move. Okay, how to get strong stocks alert at the pullback. So I'm not a big pullback player, okay? I do have a top list that I can give to you. You can take a look at it. Biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? That's a top list. Let me just show you what it looks like. So these are stocks that have pulled back. They're strong stocks. This is what it's looking at, okay? Price still has to be up at least 3% from the open. Now, this is, these are my conditions. I mean, you can, of course, change the price range and your minimum volume and all that. But the price is up 3% from the open, but has fallen in the last 30 minutes. So when you click on some of these, You know, I mean, you're going to see, I mean, I'm not saying that this is I'm not going to say this is going to rebound, but you can see exactly what it looked for. You know, a stock that was really strong, still strong, it's up 21%, but is pulled back as an example. Okay, RLMD. And all I can say is just, you know, click on the alerts and see if some of these make sense to you. Okay, Aaron? You know, there's the Rita that, you know, I'm thinking that maybe, who knows, maybe later on it takes this out. Still a strong stock. It's still up 18% and is pulled back. Okay. Now, the other way to do it, of course, is using in the racing, you can, you know, check to see what stocks won races before and see, you know, what have they done? This is pulled back. Another strong stock, 20%. It is pulled back as an example. So the question in our YouTube room, does Trade Ideas give any suggestions for trading options? Okay, well, yeah, we don't scan for options, but let me just, oh, good, it worked for you, Andrew, good. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then do a search. And this is good for general information, okay? So for instance, if person says, well, what do you have for MACD? What do you have for RSI? What do you have for this? What do you have for that? Easiest way to do that, you know, rather than having to either ask me or just wonder, if you right click on an alert window and click on configure and then click on search. And then in that search items, search terms, you can start typing in. So for instance, the question was options. So I'm going to type in options. What do we have for options? Well, we have some pretty standard ones. We have the put call ratio. The option volume today is the average number of contracts, total of puts and calls over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put volume and call volume today. So this is the key one though, this option volume today percent. So for instance, if I use this filter and say I put 300 in here, 300% ratio of 3. What that means is if a stock over the last 10 days has traded, say, an average of, say, 2,000 contracts, for you to see that stock today, it will have to trade 6,000, in other words, 3 times. So can that help you trade options? I mean, some in our room trade options and say that at least what it does is it shows you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, it doesn't get into the Greeks or anything like that, but at least it can identify to you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, and then from there, you know, you get an alert. You can click on the symbol and you can check it out. If you're loaded into your option, I guess routine within your brokerage platform, then you know you can make up your mind if that makes sense to trade it or not. Okay. Who asked that question? Ed, is that so? That's the extent of it. Identifying stocks having abnormal option activity. Okay, so question is how do you get those 2 races that I've got on my screen? You go to my home page. But if you go to my home page and click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, you're going to see all this. And then here are my scans that I'm sharing. Click here. And here are the 2 races. Now I actually do have a layout that I created. If you want the entire, but you know, a lot of people don't want a big daily chart and a 15-minute chart, and they don't necessarily want all this other stuff. That's why I create this so that you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. If you wanted this entire layout that you guys see, I do have it as a link if you do want it. Okay, but right now, I'd like, here are the individual scans right here. Okay. Charged. I think yeah, I'll tell you what, let them help you, okay? I'm going to go to our home. I'm going to direct you to the home page. They really, I think you just clicked on something that you probably shouldn't have, but they'll reverse it, okay? And get you set up the way you should be set up. I'm going to change route. So if you go to the home page, I just put the home page link in. When you click on the home page link, a little pop-up will appear, questions and answers. Questions and answers. Click on the questions and answers, and then click on the ask. And then put your email address that you use to do this. And just say, hey, listen, I just tried to sign up for the test drive. It appears that they charged me for a whole year. Can you help? Something like that. But believe me, they'll reverse it and get you into the test drive. Okay. Okay. Meanwhile, here is the reverse splitter of the day. GEHI, it is not up 3,500%. This is a 1-for-20 reverse split. Our data provider does not have that information. Well, I use the races, Aaron. Okay. These races are all, well, some of them are not necessarily breakouts, but I am a momentum trader. Yes. So, I mean, I keep an eye on these two races. And if I see something that, just because something is breaking out to a new high, I don't necessarily, of course, take the trade. I want to see, like, for instance, AGFY. And I've answered a lot of questions today. I have not been able to concentrate as much on trading, which is absolutely fine, okay, as I would normally do. But if I'm concentrating a little bit more on trading, then I'm clicking on these alerts and setting areas where I think I might like to get interested. But if you're looking for pure breakouts, Aaron, one of the scans I'm sharing on my homepage is Momentum, Momo. Okay, I'm sorry, not that link. If you click on my homepage link, one of the scans I'm sharing is called Momentum, Momo, and you might want to take a look at that. Those are definitely stocks that are breaking out. That is a channel that we've got, new. If you click on new and then dock channel bar and momentum. Okay, if you click on momentum, this alert window right here is going to show you stocks that are really breaking out. Now, you notice it says 1130 AGFY. So it's only going to show you when you load something from the channel bar, or even if you load some of my one, you're going to see the last alert. So since 1130, there's been nothing new in this window. And what it's looking for, though, and again, this is the one that I'm sharing on my homepage. This is the key metric right here, where the volume in the last 1 minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay, so these are stocks that usually are going to have some abnormal volume attached to the fact that it also made a new high for the day. So what we're really good at is creating a scenario. These are the filters. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. If all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see since 11:30, no stock have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. But again, if you go to my home page, my home page, and go to the scan section, this is the Momo that I have got as one of the scans that I'm sharing is in essence this one. Okay. And of course, as always, if you don't like the price range, you wanted a different price range. I mean, this is what I like to see, but if you want to see something different, no, there's no disturbing at all. Ask questions, guys. I mean, this is why I'm here. Plenty of time to trade, guys, in the afternoon sometimes, and that's sometimes the beauty of this race here. This particular race is out of nowhere. You see some stock that we haven't seen all day long. It didn't win a race. You didn't even see it, floating up and down. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see some stock just ripping. Yeah, I don't have it. So I'll just give it to you. I don't have it listed on my. The biggest pullback on winners. This is it. Okay, Nick. How do you open a chart with a bid and ask? I don't believe we have. Well, here it is. No, I'm sorry. We don't have the bid and ask on the chart. Only in Brokerage Plus. So we don't have the bid and ask on the chart. Question was, how do you open a chart with a bid and ask? Well, I mean, if you have Brokerage Plus, then there's the bid and ask right there. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm always looking at my broker. I mean, I have my time and sales interactive brokers, okay? And, so when I click on an alert, I'm not really relying too much on this or anything. I'm looking at this bid and ask that I have from my broker. Okay, but if you have Brokerage Plus, this Brokerage Plus window up and running, you can see that bid and ask right there. So when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up. I click on top. There's the bid and ask for top. So if you want to have the Brokerage Plus window up and running, then you click on new and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, and then this window will show up, and then you have to click on sim, get into simulation mode, and then you can see the bid and ask here if you want. But again, I'll be honest. I mean, typically I'm always, because when I click on an alert, yeah, I'm checking the chart. Now I'm going to figure out, do I want to trade this? Now I'm looking at my broker. Okay, I'm looking in my broker, interactive brokers, and of course I see the bid and ask right there. Okay, the two best reasons to invest in okay, if you want something like the AI, I mean, this is the main reason. I mean, people, if you want the premium service, or you want to have access to something like this AI, that's the main reason why people invest or want to take out our premium service. Okay, That's the main reason. I can't really think. I mean, a second reason could be if you want to have more than 10 charts. If you're interested in back testing your own strategies, okay, if you have a strategy and you want to back test it to see how well it performs, you need our premium service. So I guess those would probably be the top two reasons. But so if you want to have access to, the AI, which lays out, there's nothing for you to do. You just load this window. It's going to tell you, give you an entry, a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you. Okay, that is, but then the other reason for those of you who want to back test their own strategies, you need the premium service also. Well, again, Jose, I mean, this is time and sales interactive. We don't have that in trade ideas. Okay, we don't have the level 2 or anything like that. This is time and sales and interactive brokers. Your broker will have something like this. So you can see there's your last price, there's your bid and ask, there's the pretend, this is the level 2. I don't use level 2 at all, but trade ideas, I mean, if you're looking for the bid and ask, that's what you have to have this brokerage plus window open. Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, I don't like the way this is organized here, this -5, because this is taking into account, this is today's P&L for AVCT, but actually, where I got into this yesterday, where I sold it today, there was a profit. So I don't like the way this is organized, but at any rate, okay, guys, it is 11:51. So what I want to do is just confirm that it is Andy. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Andy taking over in our YouTube room today. All right, Lays looks interesting, guys. I mean, it took, we had that conditional buy order that we put in the simulator at 4.99, starting to move here. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like the way this is. I mean, this is what they're looking at on the daily basis, but there must be another way to show what the true reflection of this was. I'd like to see that total P&L somehow be up there. Probably is a way Pepe probably knows. It is Andy. Yes, it is Andy. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, what time is it? 11:53. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in to the main room. So you can head over to YouTube in about 5 minutes or so. Andy will be there. while I'm on my break. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not on my break yet, but whoops. No, I'll wait. Okay, so you can see it just took this IMAB. Remember, we put a conditional buy order for IMAB down here. Now, of course, at this point, if I don't like it, if I see what the market's doing and I don't like this, or ahead of time, if I put a conditional buy order somewhere and I don't want to do that anymore, all I'd have to do is go to the orders and I could right click and is there anything up here? No, I think everything has been executed, I think. Oh, here we go. There's another one. So I could just cancel that order. Okay. So now we'll see. We'll look at the IMAB, again, on a conditional buy to that price. And this is why you can practice in the simulator. You can practice playing, breakouts. You can practice pullbacks. Some of you might be interested in pullbacks to certain moving averages, things like that. There's all sorts of different styles of trading, and that's why you've got to spend some time practicing. You cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with your live account. See, this is what I really like about this race format here anyway, is because, I don't think Ribbit showed up at all. Okay. Oh, I guess it did. It won two races, or it's won three races. I'm sorry. I thought it hadn't won any race at all. Now it's a break over two. Now, I'm always looking left. Where could it keep going to until it hits the next high on the daily chart? So I look here and I see 226. Some might think, okay, from 205, if it got anywhere close to 206, 226, that's a heck of a return. Okay, so if that meets your trading style, then you might take this trade, or you might wait for it to pull back to two. And remember, guys, this room is like this Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. We've got the support between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room by different traders. Today is Andy. And then we have Chris Farley from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. So, we do not, we don't take your money and then say, okay, now you figure out how to do it. I mean, you can always ask us questions. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement in now. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Probably be back a little sooner than one, but I'll just put it in right now. That's typically when I take a break. Now, my break is not really a break. I do a video and I do a bunch of other stuff, so it's not like I'm doing nothing, but it's just sort of a break off the mic. Okay, wow, there's that FLJ, which is a wild one. Has been wild, wild, wild. Look at this, topping tails, bottoming tails. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, when you see a stock that has, on a 15-minute chart, you see these big top up here. That means the price was up at one point, 270. Buyers knocked it, or sellers knocked it down to 240. They tried again, 250, got it up to 250. Buyers knocked it down to 228. Then at one point, the sellers had it down to 217. Buyers took it up to 232. Very, very whippy. Be very, very hard to trade. Mookie, good morning. Okay, Andy's going to be a little bit late. He's just telling me that he should have been in the room, but something messed up with YouTube. Yeah, the link for YouTube, Jason. I hopefully this is the same link. Yeah, here's the link for YouTube. He's not there yet. Okay, he said he's got a problem with YouTube, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. Now, if he doesn't show up, I think my buddy Chris Varley may do it. I see he's typing away. But somebody will, there, I hear somebody. Who's that? Is that you, Chris, or is that you, Andy?
It is me. Hey, Barry, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing good, doing good. Let me share my screen and let me see if I can show you what's going on. I can't figure out. It's not on full screen. Let's see.
I'm watching to see.
All right, hold on. I'm a
Okay.
coming. All right. So this is. You see my screen now, or is it all just a mess for you?
It's a mess.
Okay, I have no chat panel. I don't know how. And when I try to, exit full screen, I know you're seeing a lot of full
Yeah,
screen.
what?
Okay, let me yeah, I've never figured. Oh gosh, now I got a really mess. Let me pull it over here so I can not show that. See if I can figure it out.
Hmm. I don't know how to help you.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I've never seen this
Well, there you
before.
go. There you go.
Well, I know because I have this other screen on the other panel here. Let me yeah, I cannot get the let me see if I can go in here and get the chat.
Okay, I'm just going to put the other room on. Okay, guys, I'm just talking to Andy in the YouTube room, having a little bit of difficulty getting rolling here, but I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Okay. Okay, so Andy, I can still hear you, of course.
Where's my chat option on my over here? I've never had a problem. Let me go to settings here. I've never had a problem with this in YouTube. I'm not sure what's going on.
Hmm. So it's just the fact that you can't see the chat portion because I can see your screen, but you do not have the chat portion. Is that it?
Yeah, when I go, let me try logging into another. When I go to the live trading room, usually I have the chat portion over on the right side, but now it's just a big. Uh, the screen goes all the way across, and I cannot. Yeah, I cannot
Hmm.
make it small so I can see the chat, and I don't know where to do that at. Let's see settings. Let me see. You know what? Let me do.
So,
This will take a couple of minutes. Let me do this. Let me sign off, and I'm gonna stop sharing, give it back to you, and I'm gonna get with
okay,
Chris. I mean, maybe we can figure this out because it's really hard with me screen sharing to figure this out. So let me do that, Barry, and I'll
okay,
I'll be back in probably 5 minutes. I'll get it
all right,
fixed. All right, buddy. Bye bye.
okay, no problem. Okay, guys, well, you still have me for another maybe 5 minutes. Andy's having a problem trying to get YouTube working. He can't get the chat portion, so I'll hang around for another until he gets that set. And let's see now what is happening. Yeah, the RBT guys, I mean, this is running away right now. As I said before, if that met your trading style, the next high I think was 226. And we were sitting, when I was talking about it, we were sitting around 206 or so. And I said, well, that would have been not a bad return if it got up to that 226. Now, if it takes that, guys, I mean, if it takes this 226 out, the RBT, if it takes the 226 out, look left, it's got a ton of room, 290. Again, a caution. When I say that, I don't mean it's getting there. I just mean, I like to, take one aspect of why a stock will not keep moving higher out of the equation, which is, can be the next high looking left when you look on a daily chart. And it's not a low float, 41 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. And this is the news this morning. I guess this guy, Phil Rodoni, as chief executive. So I guess this has been met with, applause. I always think, how is it to the ego of the exiting CEO when the stock soars higher when he's replaced? Okay, guys, let's see. Oh, so that's a big pullback, though. Wow, that's a big pullback, 238. But this could, you could ramp up again. This might be just a massive pullback and see if it holds two. Most CEOs stink. Yeah, but seriously, how'd you like to be the CEO? You get, well, I don't know if it was a planned boot, planned retirement or whatever. New guy comes in, stock soars. All right, top. What is top doing? 22. Wow. I got to pay more attention to my 10-day daily breakout. I mean, look at this top. 22.20, 26.25, $4 move. They're not all going to be like that, of course. Let's see, the 750, what did it move up to? Yeah, 782. I think, well, in fact, this has been incredible. The ILAGs, 570. What did it get up to? After it just collapsed now. Got up to 12. This one is the one I saw early. Yeah, it's still going to hold out, guys. I mean, if this ever takes out that high there, it's got a ton of room looking left. And then the Nutanix is this potential buyout merger. But look at these three right here. Wow. And those I am sharing on my homepage. Okay, called the 10-day daily breakout. So even though the market looks terrible. Okay, somebody's back in YouTube.
All right, Barry.
Are we good?
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right, I'm good. Yes, I got it. Chris helped me figure it out.
Okay.
It was in a different. It was got somehow got away from my default view mode, it was crazy. But we got
Okay.
it. All right, so
Okay.
let me start sharing again, and you, my friend, take some time off.
Okay, thanks. Now, are you good to go to one or do you have to leave
Oh
early?
yeah, oh yeah. No, I can. You can go to 110 if you want.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, Andy, we'll talk
All right,
later.
take care, buddy.
Bye.
Bye bye. Hello, traders. Hey, Mike C. How are you? All right, man. You guys surviving this crazy market? That's right. Hey, Aja, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Jacques. Not Jamie. This is Andy. Jamie would be on. I think Jamie does Tuesdays or Thursdays. I can't remember. No, Steve does Thursdays. No problem, Jacques. All right. Well, guys, this is you know what, we may have some test drivers in here. They did get access early today, which is kind of a bonus for you guys. Normally you don't get access till after the close on Friday, so if you are in the test drive, this is uh, the time that we take over every Monday through Friday. We take over the live stream and we open it up for any questions that you might have about the software. So I'm sure there's some people out here that maybe seeing opening up trade ideas for the first time and having some issues here. So that this is what this webinar is for. Okay, we built it so, or made it so you guys could come in and ask questions. If you're having trouble with configurations or anything like that, this is the place to be. Or just simple any kind of problem you may be having with the software. So I won't know what you're looking for unless you ask me. Don't hesitate. Don't be afraid to ask. There's no question that's too novice in here. We all started at one time with this very powerful program. All right, but that being said, let's take a look at the market. And boy, after that big move yesterday, uh, giving a lot of it back. And yeah, I had picked some stuff yesterday, had some good profits, but I got stopped out of everything today. Nothing nothing fun about that, but yeah, it's nuts. It nuts. The only good thing is I did buy some SQQQ. Steve kind of proud of me. It was weird. I was in TNA at the open. I'm sorry, TZA at the open yesterday, and when the market opened up, I just went ahead and took my profits because it was a nice move there. And then anyway, I ended up fading the market again. Was a little bit underwater this morning, but now in the green for sure. Long SQQQ from 60 50. And that's what happens. You get stomped out of all your longs, and now I'm short again. You really Hey, perfect circle, how you doing? Yeah, it is nuts. It really is nuts. This is why, when anytime I have some profits, man, in the market, I just give me a little hedge on, see what happens. But other than that, yeah, it's actually surprised this. I was expecting some sort of kind, and we still may get it a doji day, you know, or maybe a little inside day near the highs of yesterday. That's typically what you get after a big move like that. And but boy, no fun if you're bullish and you bought that move thinking it may have been the short term bottom, and it still may be the bottom. But yeah, that's not what you expect after a move like that. But what's a man to do, or a woman? Boy, this top had a nice move, doesn't it? 5 million in the float. Not a big short float. Man, crazy. Or do I file a complaint? Yeah. All right, let's look at some races while we're waiting to see if anybody has any questions. Uh, let's see. I got to pull one up as far as momentum going. I was basically managing my trades, which are not a lot of these momentum trades. So let's pull one up in here. I think I got one uh, from Chris recently that he liked. I want to check out. Let's see. Where is it? I think I just got the top list. Yeah, well, let's Iris. Let's take a look at the. I'm looking at one that's Chris gave to me the other day. If I can find it, I'm wondering if I forgot to save it. It would have been recently. All right, let's go to the top here. That must be it right there. Relative strength from open, the very top one. All right, so we'll have to build the race here. So if you are, this is a good little exercise. If you have a top list, right, where you're seeing strong, so you can see here, top. We just got through looking at that. The top is at the top of the list. No pun intended. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to make a race out of it. And it's going to be similar to, if you're running any kind of momentum race, it's going to have the same into it. This does have ETFs in it. Okay, so let's just do this. We're going to launch a real-time stock race. Okay, it will launch automatically with our default settings in there. But if you want to maybe create something a little bit different, so let's take a look at our default settings. We can go in here and look at uh, show race setup. And what you want to do is put it on stop, and this will allow you to make any changes that you want to the configuration. You cannot do that while it's in run modes. You got to make sure you stop it. Now, once you have that, you can come in here and adjust it. Okay, this looks like it's 10 cars in the race, 10 lanes anyway. Minutes to run is 10 minutes based on change from the close. Sort by server sort. So, whatever you have set up in your server sort, I'm not sure what he has set up, but let me look at his columns here. I want to race it. Let's race this thing on change in 5 minutes so we can see the ones that are kind of making the move most recently. So we're going to sort by that. A lot of things to figure out, but a lot of these you just want to leave in the default settings. Is probably the best way to do it. And we will change this to auto start at time and let's run a race. Okay, while it's running, the configuration for this race, it's called relative strength from open. I think you've seen this on Chris, but I think sometimes he makes a little bit of changes and good. I was hoping he did not have a custom formula in there. So this is just basically price $2 to $30. Position in Bollinger Bands. You'll have to ask Chris why he used that. He has the price is at least 80% of the way above the lower Bollinger Band. So I guess he's looking for stocks that are exhibiting, strength, momentum. Volume today is just, uh, 200,000. So, I'm sure there's other filters you can use. This is just the one I guess he likes to use to, assure the stock is up on the day. It's, a good distance away from its lower Bollinger Band. So just showing you stocks that are basically exhibiting strength, relative strength to its peers. And like I said, if you've had Chris in here, here's one trying to go to highs. It's Nat. Interesting one there. This is a lot of float though. I don't know. Oh, cool. You made one based on call volume today and sorted on delta value. Okay, cool. Perfect circle. Do you mind sharing it? If not, I totally understand. But I would I'd love to see something like that. It's always good for, people to look at new configurations and see how other people do it, especially from somebody like you who's been using the software for a while. But hey, I understand if if you don't want to share it, then by all means. I mean, uh, I can definitely understand that for sure. So that's an interesting idea. I don't know why I haven't thought about that. I do have some volume, uh, call volume. Well, mine's just based on option volume, not so much call volume. So yeah, that's it's pretty interesting race there. Well, I tell you what, let's just build one. Be kind of fun. Okay, first we got to build a top list. Average daily volume, 5-day over 1500. Start from scratch. Sorted on call volume today. Okay, so you don't have any uh relative volume one. Okay, so you don't have any call volume filters. Okay, you're just using it as a column to sort by. Okay, let's check it out. That's yeah, any good flight to safety buys. Inverse ETFs have been working for me lately. I still will, plug away at longs. I prefer the long side, but I don't mind shorting. But when I do, I typically will do inverse ETFs. All right, let's check this out. Start from scratch, and we are going to do just your basic. Looks like his price from 1 to 100. Tell you what, I'm gonna do 3 to 100. Uh, relative volume, I think he said was one. Average daily volume 5-day. Looks like it's 150,000. I'm gonna add something in here today. If that's the average, I want to see at least 200,000 shares today. Okay, just so The move is showing. Okay. So let's do this. Let's let's hide the unused. And those are our only filters, I believe you said. And we'll go to columns now and we'll add some columns. Price, relative volume. Uh, we're going to run a race. So now all we got to do is do call volume. Is it call volume today? Call volume contracts. So you see, it's not a percentage, huh? I didn't think it was. Okay, let's check it out. We're going to show column. So now we have that column in there. I think that's all. We'll just go ahead and call this call option race. Glad you brought this up. It's a good little exercise for everybody. So basically, all I'm doing now is just building a top list. Okay, to run a race, you have to first start with the top list. Okay, so Perfect Circle just gave me the filters to use. I did increase. You can change it to back to one if you want to. I just know a lot of $1 or $2 stocks can get people in trouble sometimes. So we'll start with 3 average volume today, and we're going to sort by. Yeah, we're going to sort by call volume today contracts. Okay, and why don't I have anything? Hmm, did I do something wrong? I must have. Yeah, thought that what it was. Percentage. I got volume today. Percentage. I always grab that one instead of shares. Here we go. There we go. Now we got some data here. And we are going to, let's just go ahead and get rid of this one for now. And we're going to run a race based on this top list window. So we just launch real time race. I like to always expand it a little bit so you can get all 10 cars in there. And we are going to go to show race setup. And this is where we're going to configure it the way Perfect Circle had his configured. Okay. And even though server sort, let's just go ahead and just make sure it's on the right one, which is call volume today contracts. And what do you base it on? Based on this is always kind of confusing to me. So we're just going to base it on uh, the same. Would that even matter? I think I have a lot of mindset on the same as change from open and the same. But let me know if you have it set differently on based on Perfect Circle, or maybe you put it on there. Okay, based on call, and the sort is also call volume today. Sort on delta. Okay, delta value. Okay, all right. Let's run it and see what happens. Of course, it is a Friday. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of inverse, a lot of inverse ETFs in there. Do you have any, ETFs in yours, or do you have the EPS hack? Okay, you use that hack to take it out. Okay, we can do that right now. Let me go ahead and do it here since I'll probably share this with people. Um, and this is a hack if you're new in here, guys, and if you want to filter out all the warrants and all the ETFs, all you have to do is pull up earnings per share filter. Okay, add filter, and then all you do is put in a positive 0.01 in the minimum side, and then you're going to put a negative 0.01 in the max side. I know that sounds kind of wonky, but basically it's just telling the algo that you have to have earnings. Uh, ETFs are like SPY, Qs, all these down here. My sector watch lists are ETFs. Uh, they're what do they call it? It's just was it electronic transfer funds or something like that? I can't remember the what, but been calling it ETFs all my life. I can't even remember what it stands for. But anyway, all your sector ETFs, everything's going to be removed. All your ETFs and all your warrants also are going to be removed. So let's go ahead and launch it. And now we just have stocks. So now we can run the race again. And let me see if I have to go back and reset this. I did not set it. Let's see. Yeah, we do. Based on call volume today, server sort, 10 minutes to run. And let's launch. All right. Thank you, Perfect Circle. Check it out. I know it's late on a Friday, but I'm going to go ahead and share this with you guys in case you want it. Okay, I'm going to share the top list first, then I'll share the race, and I'll just drop it in the chat here. Call option race. Oh, that's the top list actually. And now we'll go ahead and share the race as well. That's the option race. AMD. Yeah, and you can't assume, guys. You cannot assume just because there's a lot of, and this is the reason maybe why you want to run the races is you can't assume just because there's a lot of call option volume going on, the stocks going on. There's other reasons why people may be buying call options. Very similar to if you have a stock that is, uh, let's say, in a bull market that has run, 100% over the last 2 or 3 months. People have nice profits in there, and they want to make sure they keep those profits. What they'll start doing is buying puts. Okay, so same thing can be happen on the short side. A stock is like Neo that is getting beaten up really bad. People are shorted. They've been shorted for a while from, let's say, from 22, so they almost got 100% gains. Well, instead of just getting out of their position because they think it may go a lot lower, they'll start buying some call options to protect their gains and their short. Uh, so just keep that in the back of your mind. Yeah, don't assume just because someone's buying stock option, call options that the stock's going to go up at some point. Uh, but yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. And I'm sure on better days, it's probably producing a lot of stocks that are looking good and going up, and some call options or buying it or pushing it higher. But interesting nonetheless, for sure. Yeah, I can see that perfect circle. Why it would look great yesterday and not so much today. Yeah, if you're looking for some nice explosive moves to the upside on a day like today, maybe the relative strength volume, the one I just had up, was probably your best bet, or some other ones. Got to check something real quick, guys. Okay. Well, the BAC is holding up today, perfect circle. Hey, Mike, let's see. Andy, challenge turn the 10-day daily breakout alert into a topless car race. I know how to do it. I just haven't tried. Okay, so you want to turn, let's see, you want to turn the 10-day daily breakout alert window. I don't know if I have that one. Can you share that alert with me, and I'll see if I can turn that into a topless and make a race out of it. It's probably in one of our channels, huh? But I don't even know about it. You're not talking about one of my like extreme. It is on Barry's homepage. Okay. So let's pull up the dock channel bar. And once again, if you guys are in here for the first time test driving, if you go to, let me show you that step again. If you go to new, okay, and launch the docked channel bar, okay, it's going to pull up the channel bar in a docking window. So you don't, if you click on a normal channel bar, it's going to basically remove your default layout or any layout that you have up and replace it with a channel. But in this case, if you bring up the docked channel bar, all your channels are going to be in a docked window, so it's not going to mess up uh, your default layout. And you say it's in Barry's homepage. Now, on Barry's homepage, is that Barry's watch list? I'm not. I'm, where's Barry's homepage? Yeah, this is just his watch list. Yeah, you think I would know Barry's homepage, but I don't. Is that on our uh, website? Okay, so it is on a website. Is it the Trading Berries? You think I would know this, guys? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Somebody can send it to. Just send it to info. You guys know this info at trade dash ideas. .com. I dropped it in there. Just send it there, and I'll grab it. Barry's probably listening. He's angry that I don't know his homepage. It's not in the footer section. Yeah, somebody just send it to me. I'll keep an eye on the mailbox. Or just let me know when you send it and I'll go and grab it. Meanwhile, let's take a look and see. I see a few things bouncing out there. Market just kind of in no man's land right now, right in the basically middle of yesterday's range. Okay, Peppy, let me grab it. Perfect. Ooh, wait a minute. I better click on that and do it the right way, huh? All right. We're off and running now. All right. Let's take a look. And I like text headers so I can so I can actually read them. Make it good and big so everybody can see. And okay, we want to do this into a try to do a race on this one. And I love the concept. Okay, the problem we have, it has an alert in it. And what we mean by that, if you go to the configuration, this is an alert window that has a new high. Okay, so we're going to have to put it into a top list in which we cannot have an alert. So we have no idea if it's hitting new high today, but we can build a range filter in this to assure the stock is at the upper portion of its intraday range. Okay, so that would at least show us when it's hitting a new high. The problem is it's probably going to, um, well, I guess we've put 100 in the minimum. Let's try that. All right, so what we want to do is collaborate, use our collaboration filter, feature, I should say. Copy all. Let's go ahead and launch a T window. And we could just go ahead and launch it because we're going to change it anyway. And we're going to collaborate and paste all. And there we have it. There's our 10-day breakout stocks. Okay. I'll just keep this in case I want to bring it back up, check it later. All right. So we want to run a race in this, except if we look at the filters now, let's take a look and see what we have. Make sure it's somewhere near the high. $2 to $30. Uh, relative volume one. Volume today 500,000. Change from the open. Okay, this one has to be at least up. Looks like 25 cents from the open. Position in 10-day range is 100. Okay, so as it sits, with these filters in here, okay, all it has to be is on a 10-day high. We know that, but it can be in the lower part of its intraday range. In other words, it could have gapped up and be, trading in the lower end of its range. But I don't want to eliminate all the stocks in there if we try to make it, to where it has to be in the upper part of the range. So I think this will still work pretty good. So let's go ahead and try to run this and see what we have here. So I think it's going to be fine. Tell you what, let's bring the volume today down to 200,000. See if we can get a little more. Yeah, it's about the same. All right, so let's run a race and see what happens. We'll launch it. Okay, it's going to go to the default settings. Let's go in here and check out and see what the default settings are and see if we want to change them. Remember, you have to stop the race and to get into here to be able to change this. Okay, it's based on change from close, and it is on server sort. Let's just run this like it is and see what it's showing. See what we're getting here. We can go through the stocks and see where they are. So you can see this one is, nowhere near its high. So that's the problem you're going to have when you're looking at alert. These are just going to show you the races. But if you're looking at the race winners, more than likely they're going to be. Ooh, his server sorts on relative volume. Let's try something here. Let me do this. Let me stop this race. Let's try something. Yeah, let's just do it here. It's a lot easier for me to do it here. What was that? Oh, that must be his. Let's do a change. Change in 5-minute percentage. Take out a few of these. All right, now let's do this. Let's sort it by that too. Okay, there's our sort. So that way we're gonna know the ones that are making a move over the last 5 minutes. Let's, let's launch a race now and base it. See. See what we get here. Oh gosh. Why am I getting these symbol sounds when I'm in a top list? Must be another one. Ah, that's in this one. Okay, that's what it is. CMRE. Why isn't CMRE? Let's put it on the 5-minute time frame here. Marry up to our. Okay, that's why. Okay, so based on. Mike, I can see where this could be a really good race in a okay market, and it doesn't even have to be a roaring market like it was yesterday. I think if you just had a market that was just kind of waffling around, flat or something, but today's action. But I can see where this could be. This is actually a good looking potential swing trade right here. Ugly on the daily, but it's above all its moving averages. Put me a little alert right there. I mean, it's just a tough day for something like this. Typically, what you're finding in this environment is when stocks get to a 10-day 10-day high, people start selling. But yeah, I could see where this could be a good one. Just not a whole lot of things going up right now. Okay, Bowl just kind of took a move higher, barely. Looks like this thing wants to go test this level over here. May have another 50 cents in that move. No, this is pretty cool though. No, I like when you guys ask me to do things like this. It's really helpful to everybody in the room, especially all the maybe test drivers, to see what are these races all about. FGen will pop there. Yeah, I like this. May have to save this. I like the way I changed the sort to change in 5 minutes. So that way, he had the server sort on relative volume. That really doesn't do much for you. Gold and silver. You know what? You would think I've traded long enough to know that gold and silver are. I don't know if it's because I have whatever reason. Okay, typically in back in when markets were crashing in my early trading years, gold and silver would be a safe haven. It's not the case anymore. We can pull up GLD, and you can see this is pretty much mimicking the market. It's trading like a asset. Now that being said, you got spies uh, that are no, it's no, I can't even say. Maybe they're not down on the year as far as the major averages, but still, that doesn't. They're still ugly. They're still in a bear market below all their moving averages, close to you know 52-week lows. So you gotta play what you got. You can't for whatever reason it is. It's not a safe haven anymore, and it may have to do with just the dollar, getting stronger and stronger. I have not looked today, but I imagine it's up high. Yeah, and there it sits at highs. So the U.S. dollar. So all the assets are basically trading opposite of the U.S. dollar right now. It's just what we have, and not only that, it's hard you know to tell which is leading which around because they seem like they almost simultaneously will, opposite of each other, uh, will move. So it's just weird, man. It's all the algos. You're not gonna be able to beat the game and say, oh, I'll just wait for the dollar to roll over, and then well, what happens is it's just moving right along with it. Seems like everything's tied to the hip these days with all the electronic trading. Why isn't dust doing better? Well, it is up 7.5% on the day. So I would say it is doing better, Peter. Once again, all these leveraged ETFs, they're going to lag their counterparts. So that's just the way they're made to basically reset. They're just toxic. They'll work, but you won't get the same increase as you would shorting GDX. Aja, I think I found the holy grail of all TI alerts. I don't know. Yeah, when you bought this, uh, Peter, but I don't know if you bought it today. But probably the ideal spot would be, in the morning this morning when if you're, looking to go long the dust. They had a nice little horseshoe after, about 40 minutes of trading. That would be in an area I would be looking to buy. Now, if you bought up here, that's a chase. You got to be careful chasing in this market.
Hey, Andy,
Hey, Barry.
let's take a vote.
Okay.
Let's take a vote, and shall we ban Ija for teasing us, and then he's not going to share his holy
Mm-hmm.
grail of scans? Shall we take a
Mm-hmm.
vote?
I agree. I agree.
So, Ija, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to share that wonderful scan. Like I've been sharing wonderful scans to you for, I don't know, 10 years. So we'll
Yeah,
see
you
if
can't
that.
you can't tease like that and then and
Exactly.
then not say you're not sharing.
Exactly. The holy grail of TI alert, but I'm not sharing. I just been around
uh,
for a long time. He does come up with really good ideas, so I'm kind of pulling his leg here, but let's see if I pulled it enough that it loosens that scan.
oh man, Barry, did you see what we did with your 10-day daily breakout earlier?
Did we see what we did with my
No,
10-day daily breakout?
did you see what we did with your?
No.
Okay, interesting. Mike C asked, "Is there any way to turn this into a race?" Well, obviously yours is a window, but
Hmm.
I collaborated and turned it into a T window, and then
Yes.
I built a race. Of course, I added the 5 minute change in 5 minute column, and I tell you what, this may be something that works pretty good. Obviously, today's not the best market for it, but I'm gonna keep this one and.
Okay, so the issue I would have with it though is that now did you reduce the relative volume at all?
Uh,
The reason I say
let's see.
I only have 5 alerts from it today. I don't get very many alerts on a daily basis.
Correct.
So I
Well,
mean, I guess you could run a race on it, but there's hardly any alerts.
I what I did is I brought down the volume today. You had 500,000. I brought it down to 200,000.
Okay.
Uh, and here's the thing: in these races, we know it's a 10-day high, so obviously we cannot use a new high alert because there's no alert in a topless window. So you're going to get more than what you're getting in yours. Uh,
Even with the relative volume at 8?
no, you have it at one. I just pulled up.
No.
Okay,
No. Well,
that's
then whoever took that then must have
oh, it's
adjusted it
changed it.
because
Okay.
yeah, my
Yeah, no,
relative
no,
volume
yeah.
is 8. That's why I'm only
Mm,
getting. But just to give you an idea, what I saw, I had ilag at, so these are the times, Eastern times at 10:43. Okay, the alert was at 5:70. Now that got up to 12. I had BRLT, that was the next one. The time 10:48. The alert was at 750. Didn't do too
okay.
badly, got up to 786,
Yeah.
but then top went crazy. Again, an
Oh, it
alert
did.
at 10:48. The alert was at $22. I got up to almost 30. So yeah, I mean those three, but yeah, so they must have taken it and reduced the relative volume to 1 because
Right.
see,
Well, they're
and that's
probably
fine.
they're
That's
probably
fine.
looking they're probably looking for swing trades instead of day trades. So, in that
Hmm.
case, this would be a all great candidates, hitting a 10-day high in this environment. And so
Yeah.
uh But like I said, obviously today's not the best day for it, but it's something I'm gonna save it and keep take a look at
Sure.
it because I saw some really good looking charts in there.
Well, one of the reasons I have tough filters in because I really just want to concentrate on my two races, and so if I do have any other alert windows, I don't want to get very many alerts from them. Because I just don't want to be drawn away from the races too much. So that's why,
Exactly.
and the same thing with the 10-day daily breakdown. I only have two in the 10-day daily breakdown that happened
Okay.
today. I took one of them, and but so that's why I have such a tough filter set in there. But yeah, I guess sure, why not? Why not create a race out of it? And as you say, a 10-day daily breakout on markets like this. I mean, that's 10-day daily breakouts aren't easy to come by,
No,
really.
no, they're not. Mm-mm.
So, you
But
want to answer Scott? Yeah, so you can
see,
answer
are there
Scott
resources
because
like
there's
Conditional
no
tools?
races are not on the web-based version yet.
Yes, yeah, they're not going to have anything for the web version right now because there are resources for the web version. It's just not you're not going to find anything on races, unfortunately, Scott, because it's not available yet in the web version. Coming soon. Well, I shouldn't say coming. I should say, but
I was,
w-
yeah, I was
yeah,
really hoping it would be for the test drive, but I guess not.
no, no, close, but not that close.
Hmm.
Uh, all right, buddy. We hopefully, yeah, we'll get that HTML5 worked out, and we'll be able to add those to the web version soon. Uh,
Yeah, because we know it has to be close because we're
yeah.
running our races using
Hmm.
using the browser interface. That's why it's smooth. So it's got to be. I was just hoping they could create a version
Yeah.
just with that in it. Okay, and whatever,
Hmm.
not worry about anything else, but at least have that in it. But oh well, maybe next week.
There you go.
Okay, Andy, you want me
All
to take
right.
over?
Well, sure, if you'd like.
Sure, why not?
All right, buddy.
Thanks for stepping in.
No, you're welcome, man. I'm glad I was able to figure it out and get
Yeah,
in. Yeah.
me too.
All
Me
right.
too. Okay, Andy, have a
All
great
right, Barry.
weekend.
Have a great
Chat
day, buddy.
Monday.
Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye. Okay, guys, I am now back in our YouTube room. My music going, and I'm back in the main room. Okay, guys, I'm back. Got a little chat with Andy. Okay, I just got to delete some of these posts, guys. I didn't see the beginning of all this, but I've just got to delete it. Okay, we haven't had anything like this in this room for months and months and months. So okay, I start to see some posts that obviously cross the line. I'll delete them. Okay, boy, I mentioned, did this move at all? This ML, no, not really. Okay, the MLKN. I thought maybe this might have a nice move in it. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, takes out 18. The high is up here at 1830. A little bit of room. I'm not saying it's not like yesterday where we had this, the unbelievable rally off the bottom. Yeah, he was really skeptical, even though we started off like gangbusters in the pre-market. Very, very skeptical that we'd have another positive day with all the indices. But so shady, I should say this. I did take. I saw exactly what you were looking for on the AGFY. I took some also. Just right around here, that 138 mark. I'm not a big pullback player, but I did see what you're looking at, and I don't expect much. I really don't expect much in this environment. If it gets anywhere close to 150, I'd be amazed. But I did take it. The one that looked this sort of the same was the AXTI. Um, I'm sorry, ATXI, but I don't think it moved. But it had that kind of look. You see that? Yeah, you see this little area right there? You can kind of see if it takes out 350. In fact, why don't I just put a price alert right up here around 350? for the ATXI. See if it takes that out later on. And because it did get as high as 4 earlier today. Well, guys, let's see how well this Geist holds at, what was it, 68.25, I think, or 68.50. I think that was the financing. Are there gaps? Yeah, because there are gaps on the top chart because it got halted several times on the way down. And then when it opened way below the halt price. And again and again, that's why there are gaps on the top chart. The same thing with the, what was the other one that was moving higher? There was another one. Yeah, so, but that's the reason why there are gaps. You can just see right here, it's halted at 22.95, resumed at 22. There's a gap. There's a big gap here. So this was the other one that reminded me of, I mean, it's not going to move that much, but the CTM was the same sort of look as the ATXI and also the AGFY, kind of coming off the bottom and curling up here. And then 148 got up to 159. I mean, it's not bad at all. In a market like today. Well, let's see if it holds. Let's see if the financing holds. I mean, it didn't even get down to the financing price yesterday. 36.50 is the financing. So let's see if it holds. 36.50 is right there. Just one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. right, guys, back. So yeah, let's see what it does. I mean, it got, I guess 2 days ago, actually there was a 36.56, so 3 days ago it got down to the financing price. Of course, that day we did not know what the financing was. It was only yesterday that it came out that the financing was at 36.50. So, I mean, obviously to be able to hold that financing price would be pretty, I suppose, bullish. But if it breaks down through that financing price, I guess look out below for a while. And that's for the dice. All right. Again, I don't expect much from this AGFI. Am I watching iLag for a reversal? Let's see. I mean, that's a pretty deadly, pullback. I mean, it actually went negative. I mean, the only way I would even remotely look at this, it would have to take out about 550. Okay. I mean, the high of that previous 15-minute candle, but that is a brutal pullback. I mean, that's not a pullback, really. That's just a devastation from going from 12, then down to what, $4. I mean, that's crazy. So it's actually gone negative. Well, we could say that any one of these low floaters, I mean, I don't want to use the word scam, but I mean, there's no reason for movements like this typically, other than, it could be a Reddit group got a hold of it and said, you know what, boys, let's pile into it and just don't be the last one holding it. Because if you're looking for news on any of these things, rarely are you going to find anything. All right, AGFI. Okay, getting close to that 150 mark, guys, which I always think could be a bit of a stumbling block, but it did get up to 153. Nice call by Shady on that. I was actually looking at that one because, again, I'm not a big pullback player, but as I, constantly nag, keep an eye on these on this top 10 list, and you click on the symbol and see what's happening. Monsieur Real, good morning or afternoon. And yeah, is it morning for me? It's still morning for me. Yeah, afternoon where you are. Nice to see you. So yeah, so the dice got to put an alert there, guys. I'm going to put an alert just a little bit above the financing price. So I have, well, in fact, I do have an alert there, I guess. 36.61. Sorry, 36.71 is my alert. Oh, I'm sure he didn't miss. He might not have been in the room, but I'm sure he didn't miss the day. There's a difference. All right, guys. The Rita, which was RETA, which was a something I really was watching early in the day. Maybe if it gets over 30, I'm going to stick an alert just at that level. And again, it had some news. I think it had two. It had some news and then it had some price targets. But more importantly to me, looking left, it had a ton of room that it could keep moving to. And that is the RETA. This is the other one I was thinking about. Yeah, same sort of thing, the SHPH, just not a lot of continuation, but the big pullback, the break over 357, got up to 372. I mean, that's not terrible in, today's market, just not like yesterday. Oh, oh, I see. I didn't think top would be shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to attempt a short on this thing, but yeah, 1,000 shares available right now at Interactive Brokers for top. I'm sure that they're probably going to get snapped up. But yeah, the spread 14.86. Tolerating you. I don't have to. Nothing to tolerate, PJ. You too. Have a great weekend. Guys, I'm out of the AGFY. I just think that 150 might be too much of a block, so I'm out of it. We kept watching it as it attempted. I didn't think I would get very much out of it to begin with, but I was watching it as it was attempting to get through that 150 mark. It butted its head a couple of times, so decided to take my about 8 cents and move on. All right, let's see. Oh, this FLJ, what are we looking at? Yeah, topping tails, bottoming tails, way too choppy. Way, way, way too choppy. Just give me a moment, please. All right, here's another one, guys, the BRLT. And now this did not win a race, okay? Doesn't mean it didn't move higher, of course, but it did not win a race, I guess, early on. But take a look at this. I mean, you can just kind of see that if it can take out 7-Eleven, okay, taking out 7-Eleven right here, this could have another run in it, okay? So just put a price alert there. What's the float? Yeah, 10 million in the float. This one's got a little bit of room. Oh, these are, sorry, I didn't realize this was an ETF. I don't trade ETFs, but if you do, SH has got some room. Obviously, 1771, 1718. Aha. BMRA just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but looks like there's pretty decent support not that far away. This had some news, didn't it have some news this morning? Yeah, this is the one that, Walmart doesn't have the same pull as it used to, guys. It appears. Of course, as somebody said, like Walmart, well, especially Costco, I can't speak directly to about Walmart, but they really grind anybody who's going to sell product in their store. My guess is that maybe Walmart does the same thing. We know Costco does. So anyway, BMRA has been selling on Walmart's online site, and then they announced today that they're going to be in 50% of the Walmart stores. And so it seemed like, wow, okay, that's got to be great news, right? 571. Now we've gone negative. That's why you cannot get too married to the news. Okay, well, I'm not getting too many new. What I'm looking for right now is any new stock that might be appearing in here or in here, but mainly here. This one, this GTLB has some room underneath. The next low looking left. Yesterday's low was 41.30. It's got some room underneath. The market continues weak. And I'm seeing this in the large cap losers from the open. Okay, just the flip, large cap gainers from the open, large cap losers from the open. All right, guys. Again, keep an eye on the MLKN. I mean, if it takes out 18, it's got a shot, I suppose. The high of today was 1831. Not a lot of room, but a little more on the daily chart. Okay, now Dice is getting closer and closer. Let me redo that alert at 3650. You know, IMUX, it's not positive today, but it's not dropping nearly as severely, not even close, as the dice is. You know, and I sort of think these are a little bit tied together because of the psoriasis connection. All right, guys. Well, things are really slowing down for me here. I'm not getting too many new, but too much action here. The CTM, very choppy. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. What did it get to? Got up to 186 in the pre-market. This was an uplisting yesterday, I guess. Do I know how long you have been using Trade Ideas, Ajit? Nope, no idea. Okay. I know it was one of the early adopters was, yes, when it was on E-Trade. That's a while back. Still waiting for that scan or that alert, but that's okay. Ah, I sort of remember that. Yeah, when the E-Trade partnership and then so if you're used to using Trade Ideas, the E-Trade version, which was really, they didn't upgrade it at all for years. So, all right, guys. Well, here's iLag making a little bit of a move here. I mean, there's that high over here of 560. You know, be careful if you're going to do anything like this. Remember, that's a massive pullback from those highs. Wow, snooze fest for me right now, guys. No, just have my eye on dice to see if it holds at 3650 or crashes right through it. I have some price alerts set for certain stocks, but nothing's happening yet. Counting minutes before I'm out of the rooms. Well, this is a nice little move for VNet, 480 to 510. What's next? 516 is the next high. You see, and I'm a pretty conservative trader because, you know, I'm always looking left on the daily chart to see where the next high is. Some would look at this go and say, well, you know what? These are just one-day highs. There's your real resistance, and I agree. But I just have this problem of taking a stock when it's very close to a daily high. Okay, now a minor bounce for Dice, guys. 3650 didn't get quite down there, very close. 3664, that was the low. So about 14 cents above the financing price. Okay, I'm continuing to watch Dice here, guys. DICE. It had a little pop challenge at 37, but rejected so far. I mean, I think if it really cracks through that, I mean, you just look left, guys. I mean, there it is, 3656. Just is coincidentally, that is the financing price. 3650 exactly, but so you can see if it takes out that, I mean, look underneath. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. JZ went up to 185 that crazy day. You know, I'm only clicking on it because it's showing up here. Ugly 15-minute chart. Oh, I agree. Talk about a snooze fest. Look at Nutanix here, NTNX with the news on this one, receiving takeover interest. I think somebody mentioned IBM. No, somebody. The report came out, some report came out suggesting that maybe IBM and maybe HPE might be suitable buyers. They're not saying that IBM or HPE came out and said that, but boy, this is just snoozing right here, just basing. All right, looks like it was a decent exit for me on the AJFY. I know people think I'm crazy, but I think that 50-cent level on stocks under $5 can be almost as powerful as the $1 levels psychologically. Yeah, I mean, you can tell. I mean, even these ones with silly low floats aren't doing anything right now. ATXI, 755,000. They're just sort of doing nothing. No interest right now. Look at the volume, 49 million with 755,000 in the float. But it's not, after that initial pop and drop, really nothing happening. Now, this could turn into a short now. BRLT. I mean, if it just starts dropping, lots of shares available, interactive brokers. It just doesn't, has not wanted to pop at all. Okay, Dice holding again, making another attempt over that 37 mark. It got within 5 cents of the financing. I have 3 monitors. I have 3 32-inch 4K monitors. Well, look at the dice now, guys, going. I didn't take it, but just pointed it out. But wow, now look at it go. That 3650 seems to have held it for a while anyway. Is this going to be a momentary pull up, or will it challenge that 3850 level, which is about $1 away? Well, some volume coming into Soundhound, S-O-U-N. Valvoline, VVV. Wow, look underneath Riven here, guys. RIVN is the next low way down here. Yeah, 24.32. Look at RIVN. I believe that is the next low looking left. No, not quite. No, I'm sorry. This low here is 28. So there is a low at 28, and then after that, there's a low of 24.48 for Riven, RIVN. Okay, I did mention this one. This GTLB had a little bit of room to the next low, 41.61, about an hour, $1 away from the next low for GTLB. But I'm just not that interested in, just don't think things are going to be too terribly dynamic. And I do not want to trade out of boredom. No kidding on that. VR headsets, yeah. Well, guys, Dice had a nice bounce, dollar bounce off that 36.50 area. So if you took that trade, your next area of potential concern would be 38.50, which is about a dollar away from the current price. If you did take that bounce, All right, well, here might be an interesting one. WBX. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Wallbox. Where are they out of? Spain. Okay, España. So here we go. WBX, it's curling here. The high was 758 in the pre-market. Post-market, it got up to 819. I know nothing about this. I have no idea why this happened. I don't see any news. Let's see if our picking up some news. Okay, so this is an EV play, but I don't see any news. I don't see any news that happened after hours yesterday, but and the reason why, I mean, just look, it's at least it's got some room and it's holding that 8 EMA and the 10 SMA over the whole number. And if you really look left, 833, oh, sorry, that's not correct. 767 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. What did it get up to today? Got up to 750. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room for this one to keep moving if it wants to. Not very much volume. They acquired Coil, is that what it is? Okay. I don't see any news like that. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I think the problem I have with Holo is I can't really see what's happening based on this. I can't get this chart so I can't really, it's hard for me to see where the next highs are. It looks like 277. Is that right? 277 could be the next high looking left. Yeah, okay, so it's got some room, guys. I mean, HOLO has some room 277 is the next high looking left. 9.5 million in the float. Still continuing to watch the WBX. Meets volume, of course. Well, if anybody took the dice, you did pretty well. If you timed it not badly off that 3650 area that we were talking about. Well, Holo is on the move. Nicely done, Poe. Okay, guys. Yeah, WVE is moving to the top of the leaderboard here in the game in the race. Wow. Okay. Yes. Moving on volume. Okay. Let's see how well this holds 5. What do we see when we look left? Okay, you've got to go back quite a ways. The next high I see is I think is it 554? It's hard for me to eyeball this. Yeah, 524. Maybe 524 is the next high looking left. This is back in September, so about a year ago. Okay, I'm just trying to eyeball on this chart here. Well, let's see. I mean, this could. I mean, unfortunately, we're chase mode right now. So what Real is saying is that could stall it. The 522 could stall it based on the fib. Now, what would have been interesting, I mean, I sort of saw it down here, so that's the whole idea. I mean, we probably would have seen it before it hit these highs as it was moving up the leaderboard. Good for you, Paul. That holo looks really ended now, but boy, oh boy, that's a nice trade for you. And I said, what, 270 was the next high, or 281? 277, I think, was the next high looking left. So had some room. You want props? Okay, I'll give you props. So one of your few swing trades. All right, guy. SJ. Okay, I haven't seen SJ today, so let's take a look at SJ and see what it's doing, starting to do. Nothing. Okay. LDI. Well, I wish I'd taken the dice. Well, coming right into that potential resistance area on the 15-minute chart for dice, if you did take it. I'm just keeping half an eye, guys, on that WBX, okay, just in case. What we would need is like a bid of 710, at least, I think. Right now it says 703, 708. The volume is just too light. Boy, look at that. I mean, interesting on the dice. I mean, look where it got to. I mean, that 3 days ago, that's the low, which happened to coincide with the financing price. You can just see, I mean, almost right to the penny today. And then that held. Okay, so this is kind of basing, but as Real pointed out, the fib is 522. 524 looks like it's the next high. Somebody was able to eyeball that. Or I have 522, but that's the fib too. So, I mean, if it, excuse me, if it somehow can take that out, then 550 and then 622. So, Okay, guys. Well, I guess the IN has a little bit of room depending on what you're looking for, a risk reward. The next high is 279. That's not enough. 267, 279 is not enough. I think I remember seeing the TV show, but Alf, I sort of remember. Sort of. Is it still trading? Yeah, it is. Okay, for you IMUXers, IMUX is trying to make a little move here. It's a classic alien life force. Actually, I never saw it. I never, ever, ever saw the show. I just remember seeing the puppet. I really don't remember it. I mean, I sort of do, but yeah. Okay, guys, top. Yeah, the shorts have to, yeah, there are no more shorts now. There were 1,000 shares the last time I looked. Now top is just really giving it up. All right, I do still have an alert set for ILAG, ILAG, for around that 550 mark, just in case the enthusiasm comes back. There's no volume right now. You know, the volume is just dwindled. Oh, guys, WBX. Interesting. Interesting now, guys. WBX. I mean, the volume is not huge, but hey, I'm going to break out right now. I ended up taking a little bit here, okay? Right around what was my price? 714. 712 to 714. I said I'd like to see a bid over at 710. Kind of got it. And we'll just see. I mean, there's not much volume, so I'm not expecting a ton out of this, but and only because when you look left, there is some room. The high is 750 or so. And then if you actually look left on the daily chart, 767. So we'll see. It's holding the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA, but there's not much volume, so I'm not really not expecting much. But Reminds me of the AV, what was the one yesterday, AVTC, that gave me a great trade for the end of the day. Okay, guys, I just mentioned the IMUX. Having a little bit of a move here. Maybe coming into a lot of resistance though, around that 1050 mark. Ah, man, if you had top shorts, well, okay, WVE now at that 522 level, just slightly underneath it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the test drive link in again. For those of you who don't know, the test drive is actually live now. It was live 8 this morning, Eastern Time. So if you sign up now, you'll actually have data for the rest of the day. And of course, you can practice or take a look at trade ideas over the weekend. So clicking on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So for $11.11, you'll have access to the program live right now until the 31st. Okay. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access just as if you were a premium subscriber, except no auto trading. No auto trading. Okay. We only do this 4 times a year, so good opportunity to try us out. Check out the program. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do, nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? If you are a standard subscriber and you'd like to try our premium service for that time, I see the AI. I don't know how many people had shorts available, but a short top at 1954, $11 now. Now it did get stopped out, okay, on the original, but this is why you kind of keep watching it all day long. Well, we've got a bit of a race, guys, between HOLO and WVE. Not price-wise, but candle-wise, we've got lots of action for HOLO and WVE. So again, I was going to say, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to try the premium service out for until the 31st, you can do so also. And last, oops. Okay, here's my home page. Okay, so on my home page, you are going to find, of course, if you want to take out a subscription right away, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you're going to take the test drive or you're just a new subscriber, excuse me, do the let's get started, the getting started. 10 videos starts off with the download and, sorry, the, what is it? Download and installation, and then the first startup and login, etc. Okay, take you about 30 minutes for the 10 videos. You can do a stock of the day video right here. It's free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right here. All the education is here. Here's the user guide. There's that getting started section. At the very least, guys, understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all about the racing, okay? There's obviously a lot more in the user guide, but just concentrate on that if you're taking this test drive, so you have the basics down, okay? And, no, let me keep clicking on the education section. There's a lot of information here. So the daily support, Chris will be in our YouTube room, as always, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I think he's going to have an extended version tonight. I don't know if it's going to be a separate link or just keep in the YouTube room to help people maybe on the test drive. And you don't have to just be in the test drive. And I think he's going to have a special session tomorrow also, okay, to help people, understand how to get involved with the test drive. We have no webinars for the next 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all right there. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. If you're new to trading, great little intro series, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, all free, a free resource, okay? And then my scans are here, the ones I'm sharing, the two races that you see. Somebody asked me for a momentum scanner earlier. There's a momentum scanner, pre-market, actives up and down. Now, so save my link. And then if you do want to take out a subscription later on, helps the room if you use my link. I get a little cut also. And of course, you can always save my link and then you can look at my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time. And then the education section. Oops. I think I lost the room. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Yeah. Give me a moment here. Hey guys, sorry about that. I think I accidentally shut down the room. You guys are still in here, but here we go. Okay, should be back. Any contests? I think they're going to try to have a contest. I don't know what is stock picking contest of some sort, Calvin. I have no details on it. You'll probably, if you're part of the test drive, you'll probably be alerted to that. Yeah, I mean, this showed up here also, also in the AI. Got stopped out, but again, if you use the AI like a watch list, you could have either re-entered if you had shorts available. I don't think there are very many shorts available, many brokerages. At one point, well, right now, okay, there are a little bit of covering happening at Interactive Brokers, but look at the fee rate. Holy smokes. 1,800 shares available. My WBX experiment may be over. Holo is still a little pullback here and now another run up. And again, it's got room to the 270 mark. Not saying it's getting there, just saying that's the next high. I don't know, Calvin. You should ask. Zach knows all that. I've never, most of the time when I see a fee rate like that, most of the time there are no shorts available. So it's not a matter of, I'm not sure if that's only if you hold overnight or if that actually applies intraday. Most of the shorts that I take don't have anything like that. So I think William can answer that too. I mean, I know he was talking, a few months ago about some stock that required some huge margin requirements just to get a few shares short. Can't remember which one it was. Probably was one of those crazy ones that went to one of those crazy China IPOs that went crazy. And there were shorts available, but I think in order to short, you had to have a huge margin. So it wasn't like the normal 1 for 4 that probably most brokers offer. When it gets crazy like that, I just don't even bother, of course. But where do I find the username and password? I'm assuming, Samuel, that you will get an email of some sort. But if you're not, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the homepage link. Just give me a moment. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you click on the homepage link, okay, this is what you're going to see. And wait for the little pop-up, the questions and answers. So click on the questions and answers and ask the question and make sure you give them your email that you signed up, use to sign up for the test drive. and they should be able to help you, okay? So just do the ask. Hey, just say I just signed up for the test drive. Here's my email. Where do I find my username and password? Okay. Hopefully you can hear me and see what I was doing. Okay, great. And don't forget, to do the getting started. Well, Poe, I hope you had the patience this time to hold on to your holo. Poe and holo. Somehow it just fits. Yeah, there's really no pullback whatsoever. Just a minor, that's not even a pullback. So yeah. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, I'm still in the WBX. I just need that bid to catch up to the ask and maybe it can get rolling a little bit, but yeah, a nice short Zach on the dice. I see it's underneath 38 right now. So the floats usually are updated twice a month. We'll say the 15th and 30th. We'll say that. Okay, so this float for nerve should be updated for Monday, I guess. And that's just not from our provider. That's sort of typical industry. Hmm. Well, boy, I mean, if it can take out this 1050 mark, yeah, I mean, it's got a shot, doesn't it? I mean, the high yesterday was 1180. So if it can take out that 1050 mark for IMUX, what's the high for today? 1085. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to wind down a little bit in terms of being on the mic. I usually put myself on mute about 10 to 3, 5 to 3. So if you have any questions, I'm still going to be in the room until 3:30. I'll shut the room down and then I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to listen to Chris if you want to between 3:30 and 4:30. So if you have any questions, good time now. Yeah, nice move on this nerve. I don't think I really saw it all day. The volume is great. Probably because the relative volume is only 0.13. This is the one that I think we have this issue with. The reason why it's 0.13 is because it's also looking at these days, even though our relative volume, and I discussed this with one of the developer, or Brad actually, they're going to try to figure out what is going on, because really what it's looking at is all this volume over here. In theory, our relative volume is only supposed to look at the last 10 days, but if there's not very much volume, it'll keep looking back further. So that's why it says 0.13, because only 730,000, because it's looking at these days where there were 80 million, 60 million, 60 million, 40 million. So that's probably why I'm not seeing nerve at all, because usually I have at least a minimum of 1 in my relative volume. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else? I'm just looking for anything that might be showing up brand new here. Well, for those of you who are looking for a risky, oh no, that's terrible. 2135, 2290 on the bid ask for GEHI. If the spread had been just a little bit better, I may have taken just a little bit of this just to see if the craziness happened again, but the spread is too crazy. How do I set up the windows that I'm using here? Are you part of this test drive, Mark? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Are you part of the test drive? Okay. Do you have the toolbar? Have you at least, do you have a toolbar? I can give you my layout as an example. I mean, how to set it up. I mean, it's, you can go to the guide and all that, and these are the races. All right. Well, if you want my layout, I can give it to you. But you probably should do at least the getting started. Okay. If you have not done the getting started, there are 10 videos. You don't have to do them all. I mean, if you already have the toolbar up and running, just everything is blank, you probably should do the getting started, which is right here, because that runs you through, most of the basic things about trade ideas. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you see where it says let's get started, or getting started with trade ideas. So you've probably already done the download and installation, but your first startup and login, you maybe have already done that. But then it talks about toolbar and right-click magic, layout styles, creating a free-floating layout. I don't know why they did this one, but the dock layout, introduction to scans, introduction to scans, building a top list window, a scan, building an alert window, a scan, so you should do that at the very least. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself crazy, okay, trying to figure all this stuff out. Because I do understand that, you download Trade Ideas and you've got this toolbar at the top and you look, okay, now what? So that's why we created that Let's Get Started section, okay? It takes you about 30 minutes. You don't necessarily have to do the first two because it sounds like you already have a toolbar. And then what I did is I popped in a link, okay? That link that I popped in is actually what you see here. This is my layout that I am sharing for the test drive. Polo was an awesome one, Paul. Really, really good. HOLO, awesome. Still has room, 270, looking left. And Mark, on my homepage also, there is a section called Education. I would also take a look at that. You don't have to learn everything there is about Trade Ideas, of course. Let me just show you what I'm talking about, though. But there is an education section. You click here, and then the user guide. So, I mean, you don't have to, I should have said, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but there is that getting started. You should know at the very least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the races are all about. Okay, it's all covered. There's a lot of other information, but I wouldn't worry about that yet. Just get kind of used to what Trade Ideas is all about and the look and feel of it. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I keep waiting on the. I mean, listen, this WBX, something could happen out of nowhere. Could. I'm not saying it is, but it's basically where I bought it, so I'm not going to get rid of it. No volume, really. I thought maybe it could just start to inch its way up and get close to that 750 mark. Okay, for the adventuresome out there, Pixie. You can kind of see that if Pixie can take out this 1350 area, it may have another run. You can kind of see it, slightly higher lows being made, a little bit of congestion right around that 1340, 1350 mark. So, just put a price alert there and see what happens. See if it takes that area out. And if it does, it could have a late day run. It got up to 18. Not saying it's going to get close to 18, but again, how to use the top of this watch list. Click on the alerts. and just set price alerts at areas that you think might be of interest. You know, if it doesn't trigger, it doesn't trigger. So, well, I'm sure you know, Calvin, that ACI was bought by Kroger, or maybe you don't know, but that was the deal. So Kroger, it's interesting that they're both down. I think the price was, I don't know what the price was. The share price was, what it was supposed to be bought at. 34? Okay. 34. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, certainly underneath the buyout. But as we all know, it doesn't necessarily mean if you know you're looking at that 34. Was it a all cash or is there stock? Is there stock and is it stock and cash or is it all cash? Obviously, all cash would be better because then it's tied to the Kroger share price. All right, guys. So I'm going to be putting myself on mute in about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, I'm still here. You have questions? Just ask. I'm not going anywhere. Just going to put myself on mute. I'll pop back on the mic if there's something interesting. WVE. Well, you know WVE. Now, what did it do? It did get through that 522. That Real mentioned was the fib, and also I think that was the next high looking left. You know, I mean, it's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. If it catches a bid and starts to move and takes out that 522, 523 level, I mean, it's got some room. I think it's got some room for the WVE room, meaning looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, it looks like, well, 550, 555, so not a ton of room. Looking for the definition of some terms. Okay, Herman. Now you realize if you're talking about our alerts and filters, okay, if you're talking about our alerts and filters, you know all the definitions are there, but what exactly are you looking for? 5.516. What have I got? I'm always on a development version. I'm on 5.6.21. Okay. Okay. So actually, all that is here. I mean, I can tell you what the position and range is, but you know, just so you know, Well, actually even here, let me take a look. I think even we have it here. Okay, so here are all the alerts, but if you wanted, okay, let me just do this. So let's just do position and range. Right click, configure, search, and position. Ooh, guys, the eye lag. Eye lag. Keep an eye. I think it just really broke right through. So here is position and range, okay? If you click on help, if you get to the guide, there it is, position and range, and you click on help. Every one of these filters, every one of the alerts will have a help. So if you click on help, it's going to tell you exactly what it is. Okay? So just very quickly, the position and range is today's range. So for instance, you know, if you wanted to see stocks right near the high of today's range, okay, so you understand now. You know how to use it. For instance, one of the more popular ones is the position in yesterday's range. If you want to see stocks above the high of yesterday, as an example, you could use the position in yesterday's range, and in the min box, you could put 100 as an example. And that means that every stock you see will be above yesterday's high. So right here, when you look at WVE, the position in range is 82%. That means when I look at, you know, there's the low of the day, 450. There's the high of the day, 530. So that is, you know, within 18% in that range. The question in our YouTube room, is a simulator? Yes, it is real time. Simulator is real time. It uses our real time data. So you don't even need a broker. That's why I'm always looking at that position and lifetime range. Okay. WVE, you can see it. It's right near the low of its life. But again, if you all you have to do is just find the alert, click on the help, and it'll tell you exactly what you're looking for. At least it should. Yeah, dice is working out nicely for you. I can see that. Let's see how close it gets to that. Can it get close to that 3650 again? Ooh, boy, there's a big downturn now for that finger that was so awesome for a few days, a couple of weeks really. Looks like it's either a lot of profit taking or something's happening, and that's the FNGR. One of the more difficult intraday traders that I have seen, with all the topping tails and bottoming tails that happen all day long. And Mark, to get into the simulator now, hopefully you're using our download. You're not on the web-based version, are you, Mark? Please tell me you're not on the web-based version. You're using, well, you said you had a toolbar, so like this. So that must mean that you're not using the web-based version. The reason I ask is that to get into the simulator, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, good. You just click on Brokerage Plus from our toolbar, and then this window will appear. And then underneath, you'll see one of the two options you got for Brokerage Plus is Live and Sim. You just click on Sim. When you loaded it for the first time, well, let me do it again. Yeah, it'll say not connected. If you can see the bid, last, and ask and all that, it'll say not connected in that box. So you click on the sim and then it'll change to account. And then you click on account and then this will pop up trading simulated trading default. And now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. We've actually set something up. If you look at a chart, you see there's a buy and a sell button. Your buy button should not be grayed out. My sell is because I haven't assigned anything to it, but the buy button should not be grayed out. It should be clickable. And this is just a quick way, to get people to understand how to take a trade very quickly. It's not a strategy. So for instance, if I wanted to buy this one, if it bounced up, maybe just for fun. So I click on the buy button. The crosshairs appears as I move off it. I just position where I want to buy it. And I release it, click left click. And so it'll buy this at 767. What it does is it automatically puts a stop at the low of the day. I mean, that's why I'm saying this is not a strategy. It's just a quick way to be able to take a trade. And what it does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price. Okay. And it obviously did it. It came up. Now, I might get stopped out immediately, but I just wanted to show how you can do that. So it's good to practice. Some people like to play pullbacks. So a stock is up in this. Well, let's take another stock, CTM, as an example. I mean, I'm not saying this is a great example, but if you thought, well, I wouldn't mind taking CTM, but only if it pulled back to 133. So again, you just click on that buy button, you drop your dotted line to that level, and then the blue line will appear and it'll take the trade at that. Or if you thought, you know what, I'd like to take the trade, but only if it breaks out over 160. You do the same thing, just on the upside. Just a quick way to get you, started. And down the road, of course, you can assign your own parameters to that buy button. We're just trying to make it easy without trying to explain, well, this is what you have to do. You have to, set up your own parameters. You have to assign a buy button to the chart, etc. We're just trying to make it super simple to begin with for most people. Okay, guys, I mentioned the Pixie. If it got to this level, it might be interesting, but look what it did. It got to the level and it pulled right back. So next thing to do, what I would do is just reset the alert. Problem with Pixie right now is that spread, 1320, 1340. I mean, the other problem, of course, is it's an insanely low float. I was just showing, for those of you who understand risk and all that, where an interesting level could be. All right, guys, so it's 2:59, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. I'll just hop right back on the mic. Okay, and of course I'll hop back on the mic if I see anything that's interesting. Okay, guys, notice how that worked? I left that stop in for the FNGR in the simulator, so it took out of the trade. All right, guys, I'm going to pop back in now. And the WBX, I'm just getting ready to dump it. I'm at 713, so I'm slightly up. I was hoping maybe for about a 20 or 30 cent run at the end. I may hold on just to see if that happens. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut the main room down now. And let me get my script together. All right, so I will open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Have a great evening, and great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, the YouTube room is still open. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, and he'll take over. See this one, guys, out of nowhere, this INPX. Jorge, you too, have a great weekend. Look at this INPX came out of nowhere. I was watching this one. It got up to 440, then right up to 486. All the volume, basically, well, not all the volume, but most of the volume, a lot of the volume for the day is right here. Only traded 270,000. And this is what I was saying, though, with these races, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, some stock we haven't seen all day long, certainly did not win a race, but all of a sudden, boom. Oh, good, Jorge. So Chris will be in the room in about, I'm anticipating any moment now. So you can hang out in the YouTube room. He takes over for me, and I think he'll go up to at least 4:30. I know he's got something special set up. I don't know if it's another link. I'll ask him once he's in the room. There's really no coupon code. I know there is a blank for it, but there's really no coupon code, Jorge. Just go ahead and take the order. I mean, it's $11.11. So there's really no coupon code, okay? Just go where it says place the order, just click on that. The reason why it says that is that, oh, there he is. Just a minute. I hear you cannot hide.
I would never.
You can't escape. So Chris, first of all, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
We're doing all right over here.
Rather than just rudely asking you a question. So what is the deal then as far as your extra support today? Is it still in the YouTube room, or is there another link?
Nope, it'll be here.
Are you doing it?
Nope, I'll be doing it tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, and Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, so at 4:30,
I'll be done. I'll be done here at 4:30. We've got softball tonight.
Okay.
And then I'll run right back here from softball and jump right back on.
Are you coaching, or like what? Or are you just picking up Alana?
No. I coach her. I coach her team, and I'm on the Little League board.
I see. So you pop in. Hi guys, I'm here. Do your best, and then I gotta go.
No. We have practice tonight from 5 to 6:30, but I'll probably be stuck there for half an hour afterwards because the kids always want to hang longer.
Okay, so you've confused me because the YouTube goes to 4:30, and then I thought you said the next support starts at 5. Oh,
no,
is it 8 o'clock? Oh,
8 o'clock
your time.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, guys. Well, I won't take up any more of your time.
Screens. I keep forgetting to do that. What a day.
What a day, right? What a day. Always what a day.
Between TOP and ILAG, what a day.
Oh, no kidding.
All right, Mister, you are off and running for test drive weekend, and I will see you back here on Monday.
You will.
All
Okay.
right. Take care,
Take
Barry.
care. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So happy Friday and all that. Interesting day from the market, reminding us that it is still a bear market. Regardless of that crazy bar that we had yesterday on all the indexes. Pull up the SPY really fast here. We'll dance around some of this stuff, then we could talk some races and whatnot. It doesn't really look like it's any bigger of a crowd than normal, even though it's Test Drive Friday. So I'm going to just kind of go right to my regular stuff. And of course, if anybody has any questions, let me know. Pop those in like always into the chat panel. INPX, I cannot not look at that. Whoa, that's quite a move there. Looks like some late day pumping shenanigans right there. It's only got 200,000 shares, or just under 300,000 shares, I should say, traded on the day. So it looks like a pumping scheme, if you ask me. But what do I know, right? Anyways, back to the market. If I could type right, that would probably help, right? There you are. Jorge, how are you? What's up? So, of course, yesterday we get this huge engulfing candle. And if you happen to catch Michael Noss this morning on Trader TV, you would have learned that actually this pattern is what's called the three-line strike long, where three down candles come in and all three are engulfed by a green candle. That's your three-line strike, positive side. You have three-line strike negative, where you have three up candles that get engulfed by a red candle. Anywho, with all that said, there's a lot of historical data that can go behind these things and huge reversals and all that. But unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say a lot of historical data. There is historical data. There's not a lot of it, actually. And while the historical data shows us this can be a huge part of a bottoming process, that does not mean it is the bottom, as we've seen today. And although that technically might be the bottom for all we know, because we could, can never trade down there again. Monday could open, even if Monday opens flat, and then we start to move up over the days and weeks afterwards, that would technically be the bottom. For now, we remain in a bear market. And that's all there is to it. And today should just really kind of reiterate that in the fact that we gap up. And as soon as these faster moving averages got a hold of the market, they have suppressed it the entire day, have not been able to get out of the way of that. So that's that. Willow, what's happening? Happy Friday to you. Regardless of that, that doesn't mean that there wasn't things to trade. Here comes IMUX putting in a tail for the day, right? Nice little bottoming shadow that's happening here. So nice and up from the open, down from the close, but not down too much from that close. Really working its way up on that right there. So there's that. Just note these things in the races here. HOLO, this has been coming through my races for quite a while now today. Got this early right in here and been off to the races, as I like to use puns. I did not trade that. I am red on the day. I got stopped out hard on FNGR today. That was a real bummer for me. I took some of that here. Thought we were going to break out. Thought we were going to do it. And then that happened. I got stopped out somewhere down there. And that put me red. Well, that's not the only thing that put me red. But anyways, that is what it is. All right, so with all that said, let's tour the top 10 now. Speaking of top 10, TOP is what we start with. Huge explosion out of this. When you've got these, especially foreign stocks that have these big crazy ranges like this, if you're in something like this and you get a nice move, you better darn well take some of that off the table right away, especially when your move is, $2, $4, $6, $9. No, I'm going off this 20 level here, but wherever you got that move, if you were in it and you did not take enough profit to make sure if it reversed on you, you weren't sitting comfortably, shame on you, and I've done it plenty of times. So shame on me all those times I did it, of course. It's a terrible feeling. It's very discouraging to have found a setup, traded the plan, worked the plan, getting into the trade, getting into the money, and then handing it all back. For me, it is the most awful feeling in trading. If I make a trade and I just don't get in the money and I get stopped out, so be it. It happens. Happens to lots of trades. No big deal. You know, you shake it off, we move on to the next one. But when you get up in the money like that and you let it turn around, for me anyways, using the royal we, of course, for me personally, it's like the kind of thing that I got to get up and walk away from the desk and possibly not take another trade for the rest of the day, because it is just it's sinful. That's all there is. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. So anyways, TOP, huge explosion. We just talked about HOLO. This came through really nice looking, both on a 5-minute and 15-minute chart. Never really runs away from you on it. Just a great setup there. They don't all look like that. When they do, it feels nice. I have not looked at this stock at all today, and this is a nonsense stock. This is what I'm talking about, these Chinese stocks. I don't like this stuff. If China itself is in favor, if the FXI and the KWeb are having themselves a day, and it looks like there's a good chart pattern forming out of a Chinese stock, then, you know, I'm all for it like anything else. But other than that, there's a lot of tomfoolery that goes on in these Chinese stocks. And I don't know how it happens, even though, you know, it's on our exchange here. Just a lot of nonsense that happens with these stocks. And I just, you know, I generally ignore them. So that's that. You know, this is another one. This one's in Maryland. This is another one that had some crazy moves in it again today. And I feel like this was a sympathy play because of this stuff here, early issue or new issue like that, huge range. I feel like that was a sympathy play on what happened here in ILAG. Something very similar, but this one started earlier than that one did. We'll get into that in a second. Anyways, I did take a trade on this here. SHPH, I didn't like when this stuff started happening here like this. So I'd set an out, and I got filled at 375 to get out, and that was it. Of course, it ran for a little bit without me and reversed, and it's come back again. So, but happy with what happened there, especially when you start seeing these big topping and bottoming shadows that happen. I don't want to be a part of that. WVE, not sure what went on there. Just a big move. Obviously won several races afterwards because of this move here. Not extremely tradable move. Not the hardest, not the worst. I'm not crazy about that. Not sure what happened there. Great trend, though, going on this already, right? Since June, look at that trend. So even when the market's been selling off, this thing has looked pretty solid because we sold off hard in June. This did not sell off hard in June. That actually set up a beautiful bull flag right there, and then went on a great run through that part of the summer. Ended up selling off here. Look at where it sells off to. Again, I don't think that's a happy accident. Another move. A few moves through here. So some great technical analysis examples in here with this stock. Let's continue on down. Oh, good Lord, these damn bots. All right, that's gone. ATXI, I took a very early trade on this one. Got this one just before the first 15-minute candle closed at, I want to say 367 or something like that. Got up here around 4, couldn't get through it, closed the trade, reversed on us. So, you know, especially these early trades, you know, now I'm looking, one of the things that got me in early is the fact that we had this huge gap that was here, huge amount of volume here. And so I thought to myself, if this has the buyers behind it today, would not be unreasonable to see it push at least to the bottom of this gap. But as soon as I saw weakness here and I saw the market was weak overall, bring over SPY chart, you know, we could see the market was weak right off the bat. I could see the market was weak. You know, we got this gap up, big topping shadow. We were giving it up right away. I said, nope, I don't want to hold on to anything that is going to have a look like that, and got right out of that. Peter, if it's volume today, I'm guessing is a percent that you're looking at, and that's volume percent today. It's taking the volume average over 10 days and turning it into a percent. So if I were to, let me duplicate the, wait, can I mess with this? Yeah, let me duplicate it because I don't want to mess with my main window because it can jumble things. I think you're talking about this here. So volume, this one here, I'm going to show that. I'm going to add it here. And there we go. I'm guessing this is the volume today you're looking at here. So this would tell me that at 644%, that this stock is doing basically almost 6.5 times what it's normally doing over the 10-day average. So, you've got all these really small days back here that are coming into it. And today it's, really jumped out on there on us. So that's what that's looking at there. 2-week 11 special. I assume that I can explore software features of the weekend. You can log in right now. You should be able to log in, Jorge. If you're not logged in, get in there. You got full access. The only thing you can't do is automated trade. That's it. Everything else you can do. You can see Holly. You've got the simulator. You've got the back tester, the optimizing part of the back tester, all that stuff like that. Every bit of it you got. Races, alert windows, multi windows, compare count windows, the whole shebang. Yep. So that's what that is, Peter. All right. That's a 10-day average turned into a percent. So 100 is your baseline. 100 equals 1x normal volume. 200 would equal 2x of normal volume, and so on and so forth. Yeah, you got it, Jorge. And then if you're around tonight, I'll be here at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning, and 10 a.m. Eastern Sunday morning, right on the same bat time, or same bat channel. I shouldn't say same bat time. Okay, yeah, so we got that. Let's continue to plow through this top 10. We talked about ATXI. MEGL, this was another possible sympathy play for ILAG, ILAG. We can see, kind of something similar here, newer issue, got an okay range here, right? And this made a big move and gave it up. So a lot like last week, this Friday was a lot like last Friday as far as the price action and moves not being sustained, at least on the day trading side of things. I don't really remember what last week looked like as far as the actual indexes. Let me look here. So it's Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Look at this. Look at last Friday. Look how similar this is. Last Friday gapped down and bled, right? That's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We had a slight gap up today and we bled. So look at that. Ain't that something? And all the price action today reminded me of last Friday. So what do you know? Pays to pay attention. Nope, I'm in YouTube. I'll be right here on the same way you got to this here. I'll be here tonight at 8 o'clock. I have no set time for how long I'll be sticking around on tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. For tomorrow, I'll probably be here a max of an hour and a half or so because we have softball tomorrow early afternoon. So I got to be there for that. Excuse my yawning. And tonight, if it's, 5 people in here and it's radio silence, I'm, going to cut things kind of quickly. If people are around, they're asking, questions, kind of more software geared, but of course, we talk some charts and things always, all part of the show. I'll stick around for a while, but like I said, it'll just kind of, depend a little bit on how much interaction we're getting. So, all right. Sorry, just saw a message. I just wanted to make sure I understood right. All right, so we talked MEGL, SOUN. I did not look at this at all today. I mean, all right, it's grinding higher. Not crazy about this. You ask why I'm not crazy about it. It is because I'm not crazy about that volume number. While I'm not afraid to trade stocks at a lower volume like this, when I'm looking at this chart and I'm seeing how it's kind of skipped around a little bit like that, just not crazy about these stocks that do this sometimes. But nevertheless, I mean, look, things up 14% from the prior close, and it's up, well, 14+% from the open. So that's all right. I mean, I can't really knock it. Just something about the chart doesn't speak well to me. I will say that's, pretty clear where it was going to run its head into, or likely to run its head into, and that's what it's done so far. Can't seem to get through there. I don't know. When I scroll back on the daily chart, I kind of like it more, I guess. Tough, though. Tough. There's other things that I like better today, or look better to me today. PIXY, I kept hearing people talk about this, but I didn't say anything. Nah, huge move right there. Obviously, great move. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. This looks like what the stock does, basically. So true to itself. History doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes. So, not necessarily the same size moves as some of these other ones, but certainly rhymes with those moves right all through here. And nice move. Good move there. A lot of money to be had on there. Even if you got this part of the move or just this part of the move, plenty to be had there, that's for sure. And last but not least, HIBS. It is a inverse ETF and having itself a day here for the high betas. So high beta stocks have been out of favor for a long time now. High beta stocks have been out of favor for almost 2 years at this point, I would say. Certainly over a year and a half anyways. So that is the top 10 rundown. Let me get rid of that. I don't think... Did I have anything in here? Yeah, all right. So there's a few price alerts that I set from earlier in the day that didn't make the top 10, but they were on races. So PEGY is one of them. Still sitting up here. Trying to hold this level in here. Really giving it up now, of course, now I'm mentioning it. But that liquidity will be around for at least a couple of more days. And obviously it gets more interest and traction, that'll play a heavy role. Volume is down as compared to what it had been, but we know that could pick up any of these days again. But anyways, I set a price alert. I was looking at this level here, the highish of yesterday, and the top of that body on that candle there. Couldn't do it. No interest. Wow, just rolled over and completely tanked. Ain't that something? Happened just like that, folks. Empty elevator shaft down as always. LASE was another one. Never really got in trouble on this one off the gap up. I mean, kind of held this range all day long here. Gapped up nearly 15%, I guess. Obviously, it's down from the open. Never got you in trouble, but just never really got going here. It was an okay rebound play here when you caught up to his moving average. Nothing to write home to mom about, but could have put a few dollars in the gas tank or something like that. SVC had a big move and then gave it back up, if I remember correctly. No, that was yesterday. It had a big move, didn't give it up. So all right, sitting up here, could not get above this level going back to here in August. Kind of curling over at this point now, and the market's continuing to sell off right now as well. That SPY chart again real quick so you can see it here. Oop, I am already setting off a price alert. I've been holding this bag all day long, and let's see if it can't get me into the green here. Trying. Never came down to stop me out, but it doesn't want to put on any green for me either here. So anyways, SHPH, we talked about that earlier. AVEO was another one here. It was on some races. I don't know if it actually won any or not. Certainly didn't make the top 10. Nice gap up and a nice move, but just couldn't hold on to it. Gave it up, came back, gave it up. So obviously 1030 is a big level for it here. Let's scroll back in time on it. We got a good marker here. So yeah, you know, I look back. I thought it might be able to do 11 and then some more afterwards. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. Just didn't have the legs in it. Didn't have the buyers for whatever reason. Like I said, goes back to like last week. Was a lot of these stocks, they look good and they just couldn't. You know, the setups were there. A lot of them didn't flush necessarily, but they didn't go either. So it is what it is. We talked about LASC. We talked about SVC, FUBO. Sorry, another one here. High flyer yesterday, faded yesterday. Perfect fade continuation rate here. You know, again, plenty of liquidity. Volume's not there. There's not the interest in it like normal. Or I shouldn't say normal. It just isn't, well, definitely below normal anyways, because 0.65, but all the same. No extra interest in that. But, you know, I set a price alert. It could have gotten over, yesterday's high. I had a price alert actually higher up here because of that topping shadow, and I just kept bumping it down to see if we could get a pullback play. Never happened. Didn't give it to us. SOBR, we've seen some big moves in this recently. Was on some races, threw price alert on there. Could never get back up over that as well. Pacific Bio, same thing. Had a good look on it for a couple of days here. Again, a fader today. Just couldn't get above this level here. That level seems to be too tough for it. And KPRX rounds out the items that I was looking at today. And again, same nonsense. A really small float, less than $1 million in that float. So big fader here. You know, looks like that 4 level could be on deck here for 475, something like that. So anyways, that was that. That's what we saw. All right, perfect, Jorge. Sounds good. Sounds good. No, Will, I've never traded an option. Like anything else, I'd like to learn it at some point. I just, between doing the CMT, working full time, and everything else that goes on in my personal life, I have literally no time. I'm up and answering emails by 5:30 a.m. in the morning, and by the time I'm done answering emails here, it's 10:30 at night, and the last squeezing CMT stuff in there, and still being a dad and all that. So by the time I have, anytime I have some true free time, I want to just sit on the couch and do nothing. So that's that. All right, so I just had to throw myself on mute for a second there. Back off of mute. IMRA. It's just up here. There it is. Up there on the race. I'm going to have to close it flat, essentially, on the day. I'm going to hang around here. I doubt it's going to come down and tag my stop. But I'm not taking it home overnight. So sometimes it's just the way the trade goes. I'm going to get time stopped. Not very often that happens either. Although if it gives up, it starts to look like it's giving up 360. I'm just going to get out anyways. There's no point in letting it roll over on me here. Watching the time and sales on that. And that INPX, that we talked about that early in the session here a few minutes ago. And that big pop, and here comes a fade. And like I said, looked like it was a pump and dump. You got 2 million in the float. all of a sudden, out of nowhere comes this huge volume on this big downtrend. It just looks like someone trying to generate interest in it. They ran the stock up, and that's that. Well, I say that, and here it comes again. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Again, look at how many shares it's traded though. That's not exactly a lot of shares, to say the least. My CMT test is the first Friday of December. There should be no issues with it this time, like the last time. So I've got everything set up and lined up for it, and I tested the proctoring software now with my new laptop, so shouldn't be any issues there. Super bummer what happened to me, however many months ago, 4 months ago or whatever it was. It is what it is. We mourn it and move on. So market just continues to fade here. You've got this going on, and I don't have my my stuff in a docked window, but my stuff. I'm trying to use my words. Use your words, Chris. My compare count windows aren't in a docked window anymore, but I'll just bring over the large cap ones right here, and we can see this is going on here. I've got one of the neighbor's dogs is very angry for some reason. It sounds like. I'll bring these all over one by one. So we can see, all caps selling off real hard right now. Or at least all making new lows. And we've got no new highs happening, all new lows as we come into the last 3+ minutes here into the day. And SPY's putting in, SPY's going to close near session lows, if not at the session lows. So, it is what it is. Sometimes just, as they say, sometimes it just be like that, dog. What that'll mean for next week, I have no idea. I'm not going to get into, I'm not into the game of predicting things like that. I've, thrown out some predictions in the past here for fun. I still think very reasonable to think that we got to test this level here. If we hit that, then do we start to look at this level? If we hit that, down to 300, it's not unreasonable to me. Again, if it falls and it does it, so be it. It'll just give me, when I decide to finally put real long-term capital to work, it'll give me some great entry opportunities. I feel like down here, give everybody really great entry opportunities. The key is to identify when there's a trend change. We had this beautiful trend here, right? All of a sudden we had this sell-off. Was that the key? Was that the, key to a trend change? Not sure, We bounced back up. Now we really sold off down here, right? We bounced back up. And obviously we could see the winds were changing, and, the trend was developing this way, and that's no longer a secondary trend. This is now a primary trend. And next key will be when we start to see the bounces, what will those bounces be? Will they be primary trends or will they be secondary trends? Primary trends last months to years, secondary trends last weeks to months. And that's kind of how it goes, all Dow theory stuff. And I think that, people that look to put longer term capital to work, whether you want to call it swing trading or investing, you could split hairs and argue those things all the time. But, that's where the long-term stuff really comes in, and that's where the big moves are made and the bigger stuff's made. Think about, down here, let's say that we start a bottoming process, and, you buy that 100 shares here, the SPY or something like that. All of a sudden, when we get that move up, that move's going to bode a lot bigger, when we found that bottoming process and able to get that, than if we, we were trying to buy and time these little dips like this, when we start to see a bottoming process happen, Bottoming is a process. We're never going to get, if this is the bottom, the odds of us getting that right there, slim to none. But, what if we get it, here? What if we get it here, right? With all-time highs way up here. Anyways, these are long-term things to look at here. So all that good stuff. IMRA punched into the money, so I'm going to punch. And I close that in IB, and I close that in Thinkorswim, and that's a wrap for me today. That's a wrap for the week. Close the week green, close the day red. So it happens. What are you going to do? FNGR hurt me. I probably overshare sized on that. That was kind of stupid on my part. I took a full share lot on it, and I should have probably taken a half share lot on it, given that it was Friday. Anyways, it is what it is. IMRA gonna trickle up a few more cents after I punched out of it. That's cool. That happens. Anyways, that's that. Thanks, Willow. I hope so. Passing is the goal. I don't need any special numbers or anything on it. I just want to get designated as a CMT and move that. So IMRA. I'm seeing you say a monster. Oh, there it goes into the after hours. But I don't trade the after hours. So I stick to my plan. My plan led me to a red day today. Unfortunately, just is what it is. Happens. No big deal. I'm cool. They can't. Not every day's green. Today I took a loss. I'll reload and I'm full cash again, and I'll have another shot to do it all again next week. Why can't we see Chris's watch list on Channel Bar? I don't have a watch list. That's why, Peter. Sorry. No watch list for me. I'm not important enough, or I'm not special enough for those things like that. So no watch list for this guy. Oh, IMRA gonna make me. I don't want to watch anymore. Let's watch something tanking instead. SHPH was tanking, right? Yeah. Let's watch that. Because I sold that. I sold that up here. So, and it's down here. That makes me feel better. I'm just kidding. It's all good. All good. All good. All right. So that's a wrap. Generally speaking, I like to do, what's that thing I like to do on Fridays? Oh, sector rundown. So we can bring this over. 401. Yeah, let's hit a sector rundown real quick. Let's work from the bottom up. So we'll start with the silver juniors, and pain. What can I say? Precious metals continue to underperform inflation. And you got this really long descending triangle here. I mean, could it ever do this? Sure, why not? And this is an okay representation of overall silver. I think that we can get away with this. So we'll skip around on anything else silver. It's a dog. That's all there is to it. I talked about yesterday, it was pointed out to me that gold itself was not down as much as the comp or the NASDAQ. But with that said, it's still not, it's still down. That's all there is to it. There's still no money made on it this year if you went long it at any point during the year, really, other than the very beginning of the year. We'll get to gold in a second. There's a gold junior miners. I'm going to skip the gold junior miners. We'll save it for the full shot. Energy exploration, essentially. We're moving sideways like this right now. I think this bodes poorly for the bulls right now, getting rejected off this level again. This starts to put a lot of pressure on this, I think, here. But I say that we'll be at 160 in 2 weeks from now. But a lot of energy stocks look very similar to this. The XLE is going to look similar to this. Let's just get that out of the way now. XLE looks right in there. How can you find me on Twitter? Yeah, you can find me here. CARLEY 1734. I try to keep it to trading only. Once in a while, I step outside the box. Today, you might see one or two things that I stepped outside the box on. There's some kids that threw soup on a Van Gogh painting, and I did not like that very much. And that's ridiculous. Anyways, that has nothing to do with trading. But just in case anybody comes across me there, that's where I am on Twitter, CVarley1734. So yeah, the XLE, the XOP look very similar. I don't like this here. But I'll change right away again. If we can get back up to the top of this range again, I'll flip that script right back to bullish again. I'm not afraid to change my mind, right on the fly with this stuff. We break this level through here, and then we're starting to look at filling this gap and then filling this gap here to the downside. If we break this level here, yes, a few dollars up ahead of that still. It looms big, but if we break that, then we start to fill this gap and we take out this recent high. So that's, that's how we do it in technical analysis. If then, if then, if then. And when it's in a range, we kind of just, I lean whatever way on the range. Oh, IMRA, you are busting my chops here. Oh man, that could have turned me green on the day. Maybe I gotta watch these after hours a little bit more and be more careful with this stuff. It's just I don't trade the after hours, but this thing's plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume still involved in it. Time and sales look good. There's not a big spread on it. Spread's about what it's been all day, 2-3 cents. Anyways, that happens. That happens. Lay's now lighting off a post-market alert here. Is there? No, just a print, just a nonsense print on that. Is it a nonsense print? Well, no, it's not. Look at this. Here we go. Time and sales. Time and sales look good. Those are good orders coming in right there. Spread looks good. It just doesn't have crazy volume, but I guess what I realize, it's a new issue, so it doesn't have enough historical volume data, right? So yeah, Lay's making some noise in the post market here. I'm not going to trade it, but interesting nonetheless. Sorry, they're showing up the promo they're putting out for my my thing tonight. All right, here we go. Back to it. Hey, Chris, I was toying around with option volume for race based on call option volume. So on Delta, it was. I played around with options races, and I decided that LASC trying to see if it could break its high of the day here in the post market. That's interesting for you post market fans, anyways. Like I said, I'm not going to trade it. There's zero things on this planet that will make me get involved in this as a trade. But I love a chart. I love a good chart. Let me throw up the post market here, just because since we're talking about it. Anyways, I think there's something there with options and racing. I'm just not sure how I want to do it. What I started to think, actually, perfect circle is sort the top list part itself on options volume and then race on change from open still is what I thought I had. I just haven't gotten around to messing with it because it's hard when I'm getting so many good alerts from this already. Like, why mess with the good thing? But I think for people that like to trade options, that's something to do, because not everything that comes through here is optionable on this scan. Like, for example, LASC has no options volume, right? There's no options on this stock. So I wouldn't want to see it if I was an options trader. So I think it kind of becomes a situation like that more than less. So anyways, just that's kind of my thought on it. I haven't toyed around with it much. There goes LASC dropping right back below. The bid was just below 4 again. So, and there it goes again, and then pops right back over again. So yeah, a lot of tomfoolery on this stuff. All right, anyways, let's keep at this here. So there's the full silver miners. Looks just like the junior silver miners. Your metals and mining here, XME. And again, strange, because some of these don't look as bad as others long term, right? We've just been in this range. Look how long we've been in this range for. We popped out of it, come back in it, popped out of it, we're back in it again. This thing has literally gone nowhere since April of 2021, right? So we're over a year and a half. We haven't gone anywhere on this, basically, right? So metals and mining, interesting like that, right? This long base, long base here. So, while we find things that just really rolled over, XME hasn't really rolled over, on a relative basis to where it was, where it went, and where it is. Yeah, see, that's what I think is a big deal with the sorting, because you have two different sorts. You got what the top list is going to sort on, and so you've got what you're scanning for, then what you're sorting on, then what your race sorting on. So there's three components to the races, and that what I think is what makes the races so powerful, or at least for me, anyways. So, yeah, I thought about the same thing. So when I was first experimenting with the races, I did a lot with racing on the options volume, and I kept coming across stuff that was really stagnant, even though the options were going kind of crazy. I wasn't finding big moves, and that's why I leaned away from racing on the options itself and more kind of just looking at options, looking for optional stocks, and then seeing them move, in a way. That was my thought process there. All right, let's continue to move up here. Agriculture. Again, it's a thinly traded ETF, so it's usually trading about 120,000 shares on a day. Really didn't have much today. And again, what we're seeing here, big day up yesterday, big day down today. What do we make of that, right? But this thing's on downtrend, not like the metals and mining at all. You had this range here, and now it's really broken down out of that range, and it's down here. And where do we go next? It's down here, it's down here. We could draw a lot of lines and where it can end up. That's your agriculture, your steelies. Again, really broken down on the steel sector here. This one's even, really looking weak to me here. Like it wants the bottom of this range again, I would say. Actually, I'd rather draw this like, come on, mouse. There we go. Draw this more like this here. Yeah, you can make an argument for descending triangle here. I can make a lot of arguments on this one here. Anyways, looks weak to me overall. Here's our gold miners. We skipped over the juniors because I'd rather hit the real deal here, even though it probably looks the same. And again, this thing is just, over the years, like we saw with metals and mining. Metals and mining had this, and it popped up and popped down and popped up and popped back into this range. And this is just broken way down out of this range at this point. So, early in the year, it had a great run. There's no question about that. Gold miners had a really, look at this run that they had early in the year, right? Down here 30 to 40, and we're not looking at a low float stock or anything like that. We're metals and mining. So anyways, we're looking at precious metals and gold mining. Weak. Now, yes, again, the drawdown is not quite the same from where it started the year to where it is now. But the drawdown from where it was at the top of the year and the drawdown now, that's pretty ugly. That's a nearly 50% drawdown, right? That's pretty ugly. Semiconductors, really, really rough shape here. They're at near 43% drawdown or something like that. Really bad right here for the semiconductors. Down bad, as they say. Yeah, of course, perfect circle always. This is how we learn and grow. We start bouncing things off of each other. What I saw, what I thought, what you saw, what you thought, what you experimented with, how I might have done that. Oh, I didn't think of this one. Let me try that. That's that's what this is all about here. So semiconductors, in a long time here, and that popped in, popped out, popped in. Really giving up these levels now here. So as I say, semiconductors down bad. Is it clean energy? Yeah, it's nonsense. No such thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. It's already at pre-pandemic highs, pre-pandemic lows. I mean, that would be quite an incredible thing. This thing is down 70%, give or take, looking at that. Just doing ballpark numbers off the top of my head. I mean, this thing's down 70% from its peak. I mean, that's ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised if it fell another 50% from here. Wouldn't be shocked at all at this point. Uranium stocks, what do I always say? Uranium stocks are liars. Why are uranium stocks liars? This is why. They're rallying. No. They're rallying. No. They're rallying. No. They're rallying. No. And I think you get the picture here. Uranium stocks, bunch of liars. there's anything special going on there. I mean, I can make this argument here, I guess, right? But it's weak. It's still weak as far as I'm concerned. You know, defending this level here, but if it gives it up, you know, where are we headed to then? Right? I mean, you know, it's the bottom here. It's the bottom here. It's the bottom here. You know, uranium's just tied to too much politics and policy and all that stuff like that, and, you know, all based on energy again. So, not to say I won't day trade a uranium stock, although I kind of do avoid them. You know, SOXX, much like the SMH, down bad. Yeah, just terrible look here. And I say that, are we in a bottoming process? I don't know. We could be, right? Could we bottom and all of a sudden this arc is no longer there like that and we bust back out of it? Absolutely. Totally possible that happens. We're going to need some time to confirm that, though. And we're going to need to stop going down, which we haven't done yet. This is more energy here, IYE. Essentially the same thing as the XLE. They're right in the ballpark of each other, same chart. And again, that's the XLE. IAI, that is our brokers and dealers. So it's going to be like your Charles Schwab's and your Interactive Brokers and so on and so forth. They don't look healthy at all. Again, rainbow of death. We buy smiley faces, we sell frowny faces, right? Looks like a frowny face to me. Okay. Not happy. With that said, again, could that be the low, right? Is that a high or low? I don't know yet. We certainly don't have higher highs yet. You know, there's a high. There's a high. Couldn't take out that high. There's a high for now, right? So trend is still very down on that as well. And of course, everything's going to look like this more than less. It is what it is, right? But why not, you know, let's just go through these and, you know, take a real look here. Autonomous driving, a ridiculous ETF. It doesn't even trade. That traded 90. So it trades almost 200,000. Well, no, it probably trades about 160, 70,000 shares a day on average. Not much going on there then. You can skip that. Home builders. Home builders down bad as well. And again, you know, let's look at some long-term stuff here. I really, really, really encourage you all, really start looking at some long-term charts. Start drawing some lines. Start setting yourself some watch lists. Start setting some price alerts. Think about things that you want to be a long-term investor in. Think about all those times that you looked at stock ABC and you said, gee, you know, I was looking at stock ABC 2 years ago at $10 and now it's at $30. And, you know, if I just, you know, put a little in every month, you know, whether it's the SPY or semiconductors or biotechs or whatever it is, start looking at some long-term levels. Look at areas where you may say, you know what, the market can't go down forever, right? You know, it's not, the market's not going away is my point. I'm not talking about just individual stocks, but, you know, especially anybody that's got a self-directed 401k or anything like that, start looking at some serious nibble levels, you know, taking a few shares here or there, knowing that it still might go down on me, but, you know, this might be a level I want to start scaling into some of these positions. You know, that's what I'm doing here. I'm not nibbling on anything yet. I'm still waiting. But I've, you know, start to make a basket of these things, and you know, you got to really start to look at this stuff. So, did I hear about the mine that closed permanently in Chile because of a giant sinkhole created by their mining? No, I have not. Perfect Circle. I've not heard about that. Not that surprised me. More materials, kind of similar to metals and mining, as far as. Well, not as good of a chart as metals and mining, and not that metals and mining is a good chart, but this here, look at how long that was, and now we've really broken that down here, right? We're looking at that, so that's likely right there. Around 60 is likely on materials. So again, a lot of long-term stuff. We're not even going to look at pot stocks. There's no point. Lithium ion here, pretty terrible looking also. Sorry, I just got to answer a message. I'm going to get ready to wrap up in a minute here. Got to run out, and I need a couple of minutes, especially if I'm going to be online later tonight. But again, lithium ion. Now, this is something that I'm very big into in the sense of when I'm talking about look at some levels you want to nibble at. EVs are here to stay. Electric vehicles are not going anywhere. Love them, hate them, have no opinion about them. Doesn't matter. Electrical vehicles are going nowhere, right? You know, at some point, going to want to look at some of these. That was, not a bad cup and handle that led to that there. Unfortunately, didn't break out there, but, could this be another cup and handle that forms here at some point, right? Could be. No way to know officially until it happens, until it starts forming, but could 60 be a line to defend, right? It's certainly possible. So, this is one of those ones I'm taking a hard look at and trying to figure when and where do I want to be a believer in this stock or these kinds of stocks anyways. Some stocks I look at like this, LTHM is one. This is held up pretty well overall, I think. Another one, LC is another one, right? Is that it? No. Is it LC? No, it's the Lending Club. LAC. That's another lithium ion one. So, those are individual stocks that I'm watching. Again, I haven't done anything. No plans within the next week to do anything. And, maybe I never do anything, but can't help but look at some of the stuff and know that, EVs are here to stay. There's no question about that. All right, let's plow through a couple more of these here. Natural gas looks weak again. Guess we got a top in natural gas for now. That was finally a real top after I was told that was a top. I was told that, and that were tops. And that was a top too. So that ends up being the top. It's not good to be right 1 out of 7 times. Unless your one right is worth, $1 million and your 7 wrongs are worth $1,000 each. That's the only time that's okay, I think. Anyways, natural gas don't look too good right now, but maybe it settles here, can build. Don't look great. Biotechs, will use the XBI to look at biotechs. They're not going down as much as the rest of the market is since the summer. So, could this be an area again, long term? Do we want to take a look and nibble on biotechs? Obviously, there's always going to be medicine and innovation and all that going on. So, we're at levels, not seen since before the pandemic, essentially, overall here. So, interesting. China, K-Web is going to make a new low. There's no way. It's going to. If it doesn't, I would be beyond shocked. It'll make a new low, new all-time low. As far as I'm concerned, that's going to happen. Don't own Chinese stocks for now. At some point, they might be good to own, but now is not the time. IWM, it gives this up here. 150s, I think, a foregone conclusion if it gives this level up here. Let's jump around. Let's get a couple more of these before I wrap up here. Solars, let's hit the solars real quick. Solars were holding up so well. Really come undone here. It's a big level to come undone right there because we come undone there. Then we're looking at this here. And this is why I like that period low 20. Look at these nice lines. They give us some nice defined lines. Look, we're giving up this line here. Probably this line we're coming to. If we give this up, we'd come all the way down here, right? There's some really nice defined levels on here for technical analysis as far as I'm concerned. Really clean look here on if-then situations with that. Financials, the banks were on fire yesterday, and they were not. They were on fire yesterday in a good way. They were on fire today in a bad way. banking sector looks terrible. That gives that up. And where are we going from here? There we're looking, down to here 28. Then what are we looking at? 23. Right. So banks look terrible. Let's end it on. What do we want to end on? We want to end on that. We don't want to end on banks. We were talking about China. Let's end on utilities, because utilities has to be my biggest shock of the year. The fact that utilities got railroaded the last month. Railroaded. And the reason why is a lot of utilities pay heavy dividends. And you got fund managers that got to put money to work. They can't just sit with cash on the sideline, right? So, where do you go? I guess they're moving into bonds. Bonds have been insane. I don't know a ton about bonds, but I'm learning slowly but surely on them. I got to know some stuff for the CMT, and so taking a peek there, and a lot of people tell me bonds are where the big boys are. So, anyways, with that said, XLU and utilities can be kind of like a de facto bond, but no, not so much here. Completely come undone, broke this long-term up channel that was even not a very steep long-term up channel anyways. And they've come undone and undone all the way back here to June of 2020. We've come so undone. So maybe not quite that low. Maybe around here. Better luck. Anyways, not great. So, all right, folks, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll be back here at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight if anybody cares to join. Like I said, if it's interactive, I'll stick around for a while. If it's not interactive, I'll be starting the rest of my Friday night a little earlier than in that case. So it's a bear market. We look for a bottoming process. We should always be on the look for it. I don't think we've started it yet. We won't know we started it till we're weeks into it. That's how it works. The odds of the market ripping straight up aren't very good. Is it possible? Sure, of course. But, we look at what's probable, not necessarily just possible. And that's that. So, yeah, Tyler, sometimes Capital Preservation Friday, I should have, heeded my own stuff on that, and I didn't. But it is what it is. So that's that. So with all that said, I hope you all have a great rest of your Friday. I thank everybody for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions, not just today, but the whole week and the year as we continue to plow on through the year here. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler. And I do hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Friday, wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. All right, everybody. Thank you, and take care.